Grand rising, beautiful people. Flat motherfucking power to the flat power family. Shout out all my aborigines. We're gonna start this off like we always do, playing some music and shouting out the chat, man. All the sponsors. Let's go.
Class in session, so it's time for you to get the notes. The quickest way to sell your soul is when you niggas vote. This shit I'm kicking is forbidden, better listen, bro. A politician preaching love is the biggest joke. See, what they do is use the shit as a tool. Got us focused on these fools and putting shit in our food. Fighting to free your mind is kinda hollow but true. The system make you a zombie if you follow the rules, so we rebel. But not too many live it to tell, till they find the cheat code using digital scales. Paradise is aborted when the mission is failed. Heaven and hell collide like prison and jail. And you don't need religion just to say you awake. You even dumber than you look, you think you came from an ape. Religion needs science, science need religion. One tell a story and the other paint the picture. But listen, nigga, if you dig a little deeper, you can find that little rabbit in the mother of the reaper. I'm the best for a reason. There's a message in the speaker when the cosmos talking. That's a blessing from the ether. One day I met the devil for real and made a deal with him. Told him all I want is the money and kept it real with him. Came in the form of a thought I couldn't build with him. Shit I was selling the fiends was really killing them. Your gun bars ain't much if your gat don't shoot. I'm strapped and bulletproof like the Batman suit. All it takes is one snap to have my enemies killed. The laws in space and time, I could bend them at will. Yeah, I'm in the world that some of y'all have not seen, and living on the page that some of y'all cannot read. And right now they probably calling me cheap, cause I decided it's enough and now I finally speak. Tell you the truth, I don't trust people who cheat. It's deeper than having sex, you give birth to deceit. If you see where this is going, this is true as can be. If you lie to the ones you love, then you do it to me. The cold word is rainy night. Niggas get wet outside, but ain't no rain in sight. They wonder where this come from. Ascension when it's all done. No reason to believe in a God. When you become one, you understand. You could get it the same. Niggas will double cross you if you get them the fame. My soul ain't for sale just to get in the game. It's dangerous, homie, just remember the name.
Part two.
Last of my people been criminals of the United States for over 700 years, and I carry the youth, I taught the European children how to back.
They just wanna keep us asleep. I know this shit suck, but when the fuck when niggas wake up, I know this shit tough. Every other step you take, you get your foot stuck. Cause they go and show you the fly with some niggas pushed up. Religion is a part of the system, my nigga, listen. If you ain't got control of your soul, then you's a victim. The Pope all over the net with politicians. The same politicians who sleeping with little children. Time to make them pay for what they did to the youth. But freedom of speech is nothing when they censoring truth. You ain't gotta show shit when you live in the proof. Giving support to your oppressors, man, you niggas is goofs. Time to fight fire with fire, get on some nigga shit. Time to get back what they stole, all of our innocence. Some people hate the way that I talk, this shit be spicy. But say a bunch of shit that ain't true, it isn't likely. They try to say your vision ain't true, but with your sight see. The best way to tear you apart is through your psyche. I give it to you real, what you need me to say. Ask the world leaders about the oath they secretly take. It's a plan that they got to keep us legally slaves. Paid labor overwhelming when you needed a break. If you think that I'm just talking, then bitch you lost. It's a war going on like rich versus poor. The rich keep getting rich while your broke ass starve. Feeding you little pennies at that punk ass job. Thinking cause you get it in tax, you need that income. Really I'm just stating the facts cause niggas been dumb. Your emotions are controlled by a system. Cause when I make a song full of hate, niggas listen. When I make a song about love, niggas skip it. They both from the soul, so really ain't nothing different. Today you gotta give it a fight to make the hate stop. Niggas on that ignorant shit gon' get a face shot. Believe what you wanna believe. A lot of niggas snakes, only going off of belief. A lot of shit is fake with 2 cans blazing. I'm ready for damnation. So tell a slave master I'm burning the plantation. You fuck niggas like to throw pain but can't take it. So all during war these flames remain sacred. Barrel to the root of your tongue, you niggas tasteless. Lights flying over your head, it ain't a spaceship. The reason why we fully equipped was information. It led us on the path that got us out of the matrix. Unity is power beyond, we should embrace it. But you could never bathe in the truth when you were racist. Speeding off what you was taught, then the brakes slip. Then you see it's nothing you thought, that shit is dangerous. A lot of people dying for what? That shit was aimless. It's kinda like a video game, it took stages. Just make sure these lanes remain nameless. Hood Politics Part 2, my name dangerous.
Everybody good today, man. Grand rising, beautiful people. Part 3.
Yeah, it's kind of like the sun coming over a dark cloud.
Okay. Yeah. Casino, we're good. Casino, grand rising, brother. You understand? Casino.
Shit getting out of control, I mean we been there. Hate, they disguise it as love, we call it sincere. They took us to a place where ain't none of this shit clear, and we just look stupid, wondering how we get here. This government got us in chains cause they don't love us. They got us separated by gangs over some colors. What hurts more is we keep trusting these motherfuckers and putting bullshit that they say over each other. It's a bad world, many cry in this sad world. A unicorn is compared to a black girl, or any child when you mix it, making life swirl. Gems meet a diamond and dance to make the ice swirl. Nigga, don't waste your time trying to hate on me. If you can't deal with your pride, then stay away from me. I don't fuck with none of that dumb shit, you heard that? Don't believe we live on a globe, nigga, the earth flat. First you gotta love yourself, then take the earth back. Find what's really important and make it worth that. Too much time in your hands lead to a dirt nap, but niggas don't keep the same energy to exert that.
What kind of freedom is that? What kind of social or political system is it when a black man has no voice in court, has nothing on his side other than what the white man chooses to give him? My brothers and sisters, we have to put a stop to this, and it will never be stopped until we stop it ourselves.
Mind over matter, but none of that'll matter when in life you're trying to climb and a nigga pull a ladder. Believing in the myth when reality is shattered. The lies never end unless you serve it on a platter. America made you a slave, then call you monster. Erase everything that we paved and say we conquered. Willie lynching is a system that really harmed us. It raped women, left children without their fathers. America, land of the free, home of the great. America, cage of the beast, home of a snake. But the fight don't stop when you gone. This shit a marathon. Everything they touched in this world, they made it terraform. The best piece of advice, stay about these pig sight. Fuck what goes on in the street, nigga, just live life. You only get one of those, nigga. Don't play with that. Trying to dance away in the dark and never make it back. We got a lot of loving to do. Shit is getting worse. Hate run deep in these roots. It's like the shit is cursed. Murder everything you can name. The world gone berserk. Pedophilia real as fuck. It's even in the church. Music, we've been flaming it. No, it ain't no game with it. Just know I put my soul on the beat when you banging it. This is for the shit that I see and won't play with it. Hood Politics Part 3, my name dangerous.
They attack the victim, and then the criminal who attacked the victim accuses the victim of attacking him. This is American justice. This is American democracy. And those of you who are familiar with it know that in America, democracy is hypocrisy. Now, if I'm wrong, put me in jail. But if you can't prove that a democracy is not hypocrisy, then don't put your hands on me.
The network. Shout out the network.
Raising Cane's chicken fingers.
I knew they was gonna hit me with a commercial. Apologize for the commercial. We doing the network next. Hopefully everybody having a good Tuesday afternoon. Let's go.
This that Nickelodeon, Mary Jane and opium, fresh from the FedEx. Yes, we got a load of them. Yeah, tear the shit down like depression. The moral of the story is you get the lesson. I'm colder than the weather in Nova Scotia. The flow is colder, turn down. You just like the lame dude. Get the shoulder, have these niggas swinging that Chris Rock when I pitch a boulder. My intentions was ill will. You cry. When I rap, get a pill feel. I can meditate and stay connected to the earth like a mill drill. They taught you to lie to your kids with Santa. I verse in the AI now, ain't got the answer. Don't kill yourself trying to be me with the tanner. My eagle love getting blown like the blammer. Bow. I'm biased to the low comprehension, cause people claim both to get a mention. You cry. And we don't wanna hear that. Keep that over there. Gotta do better. That's if you knew better. But I don't wanna bore y'all with the talk. Back to regular schedule showgramming. Executive sessions. Welcome to the upper echelon of Megatrons. And it's dangerous. Laugh now, cry later. Can that fly shit you talk manifest when you falling from a skyscraper? A headshot could be a mind changer. I'm just a nigga that could hustle the hustle, getting my side paper. You know it's over when the nine sprayer. Oh, we robbing everything that you got. We operate as personality, just like your chain. It got faker, but the bullets like the ice in your drink. They shot chasers, too much talking. You going in places these cops take us. Prison is a mental design for time chambers. Procrastination is a disease for time takers. When it's war, they could never be law for line makers. Suck ahead, be stupid and cross and die. Player got the full fifth, waving you down like high hater. When your soul leave earth, you could let the sky take it, cause you thought shit was sweet. Laugh now, cry later.
Man, y'all know what it is, man. It's getting scary for you niggas out here, man. Know y'all feeling the pressure. This network shit, this shit real, man. Ain't nothing but real shit over here, nigga. Chris Cyphers just gave y'all a dome shot.
Y'all got a video. Y'all want me to review?
And now I'm about to bury you niggas,
put it
man.
in the chat. We'll do some video reviews.
Yo, I'm back riding again. Dangerous and Cyphers, we gon' have to body him then. Yeah, these niggas done. We gon' have your whole crew on the run. This ain't a game, you niggas lame. Come and catch this flame, we ain't built the same. You niggas just like the cap of fame. The 40'll make your soul glow. Silencer on the end of the barrel, where the smoke blow. I need a heat check, Lilith from the logo. Smoke inside, you can smell my mojo. Fucking with Drake Cobbs, that's a no-no. This that big three, Boss Brown and D-Wade. Looking to let the heat spray. We pull up to your block like it's D-Day. We ain't playing, nigga, this ain't EA. We like wolves when the nigga see prey, and move like Neo when the nigga see strays. I Tyreek kill the competition, chuck the deuces, nigga, on the replay. Big cheater moving past you, nigga. I chuck the deuces on the replay. But y'all know what it is, man. Chris Cyphers, Dangerous, Drake Cobbs, man. This network shit.
Network fam.
Number real shit over here, man.
Shout out all the network fam.
You already know. Y'all knowing how we get down, Joe.
Network forever.
Nigga. Network forever, nigga.
Going over here to my nigga Sanchez, man. If they don't, yeah, there you go.
Outside in, inside out. Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Yeah.
Outside in,
inside out.
Know we gonna take this shit back, right?
Know we gonna take this shit
Outside
back,
in,
right?
inside out.
Merc Heights, I see you.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Republican, Democrat, Democrat, Republican. All of them niggas hustling, so it ain't no trusting them. You've been voting all your life and still suffering. Student loans, daycare fees, sisters be juggling. Divided by the powers, poisons got us perishing. Got you niggas walking around thinking y'all Americans. Obama got you fooled, you thinking he the Messiah. When the truth is, all of these presidents barbarians. Life short, but you trying to get your paper tall. All I'm doing is revealing lies they say to y'all. Back in the day, I would probably put that K to y'all. Now I'm saving y'all, and plus I'm chilling with baby doll. Maybe y'all will understand sooner or later before they depopulate us and the oceans turn to vapors. Got me ready to blaze up like every night I'm burning herb. Trapped inside this matrix, thinking how they done turned this world
Outside in, inside out.
Damn, they done turned this world
Outside in, inside out.
real.
Outside in, inside out.
Know I'm telling the truth.
Outside
Shout out my
in,
brother,
inside out.
much love and respect to
Outside
the brother,
in,
peace of the month.
inside out.
Some real revolutionaries, we don't fold. I'm in the crib watching Malcolm playing Neo Soul. They getting killed for jackets and buried for sneakers. I done came across some of the scariest creatures. For real, a lot of these dudes I don't care for. On Facebook posting pics of kids they don't care for. Therefore, it ain't no settling like the pilgrims. Hard living, and the prison's a large system. POs on the same team as state prosecutors. Free your mind, it ain't a choice, you gotta do it. Cause the judge and the goddamn lawyers be barbecuing. According to this constitution, you not a human. Freedom thrown away by plea deals they take. Rap beefs is fake. Meek Mills and Drake got me on Mary J. Every night I'm burning herb, looking at all this hate, thinking how we done turned this world
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
For real, shit is terrible.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Take a trip to Egypt to go and view the monuments and watch them ask you who built them. Now that's common sense. Ask me marching to DC, it's some funny shit. Making demands to the people you spend your money with. You lack consciousness, I'm trying to get your head right. On this road to success, you gotta run red lights. My middle finger was replaced with a fist when I found out the matrix exists. And anyway, what's a middle finger that's waved in the wind versus the unity of a fist and a nation of men? Lies on the news, pausing in the food y'all eat. The White House just a house, the power's on Wall Street. Niggas thinking Jordan, sisters thinking abortion. Man, this shit is sad like notes from an organ. Got me smoking my portion. Every night I'm burning herb, all this pain I'm absorbing. Thinking how they done turned this world
Outside in, inside out.
Yeah, outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Shit is crazy.
Outside in, inside out.
Fuck the TV. Yeah.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Yeah. Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
I don't even be watching the news.
Outside in, inside out.
Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside.
Go over here to my brother Trey Ali, man.
No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace!
So we gon' die every day. Swear we gon' die every day. They said Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't.
They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. We been here, lived here, open borders, got deported, fought for rights. Kidnapped, bitch slapped, blacked out, covered up, washed white. Drugged up, slugged up, beat bread, left for dead, fuck your life. It's all a plan, kill your man, take your land, slave your kids, rape your wife. Why y'all look so mad if all this shit I say is true? Why y'all look so mad if all this shit happen to you? White man quick to tell you, you was a slave, nothing before. But he himself only been free since 1840. Young recording, I'm an ancient Egyptian from Atlantis, headed straight for Canada, that's Israel. Nothing fake about me, no capping, rapping, I just fed the ink and I'm digital. No caveman, I'm original. Kentucky fried, extra crispy, wear a lot of gold cause my family history. I'm the guy to know, I bring death to history. Swear we gon' die every day. They said Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. Swear we gon' die every day. They said Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. Power, only respect power. Respect power. What's been said can't be said no louder. Stand for something, no, you die a coward. They bombed our churches, set our kids on fire. Police keep erasing cause they backed up by the nation. Nation ain't complaining cause them Indians still hanging. Comanche, Sioux, Apache, ain't no history in blackness. No reason for that chatting if you bitch up when it's action. AR on my body, tell the bro to grab the shot. It loading up that new edition, finna hit him with this bobby. I can't shoot the shit, but 30 shouldn't miss. 54 races, 100 for his clique. Anytime in prison, they don't want the shit. They don't want the problems. Snitches get the stick. Talking all that hatred, end up running like a bitch. Quick to call the laws, quick to play the vic. Swear we gon' die every day. They said Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. Swear we gon' die every day. They said Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came.
Going over here to my network brothers, Looney Tune, and my brother Mouthpiece. Let's go. Let some people get in the house, man.
Yeah. Them boys be cooking, nobody be chefing up, blessing them. How they go overlook them? Whoa, whoa. Them boys be cooking, that wish works so far. It got everybody looking like, hold up. Them boys be cooking, the way they be chefing up, blessing them. How they go overlook them? Whoa, wait. Them boys be cooking, that wish works so far. It got everybody looking like, hold up. Them boys be cooking, yep. Yeah, them boys be cooking, yep. Yeah, them boys be cooking. The way they be chefing the blessing them, how they go overlook them. Hold up.
Let's take them back to the stove with it. See, we so cold with it. Still dropping shit hotter than a pot of grits. Some know how to microwave whip it. I can't chef up a whole thing from a half. Hey, take a look at that. You see me cooking and cooking. Now you caught the aroma. It's so strong, it's gonna hit your dome before you even turn the corner. You can smell it in the coma. Since I was a young thugger, I've been a stoner. I come in peace, but no, sir, don't play with me or you'll be a goner. I can't get 2 fucks by the weak ass hater. Hit him with a tool like he makes stool flush his whole radiator. Say, man, we going major. You might as well gon' pay your wager. Either sooner or later, you wanna savor the flavor. I woke up to so many blessings on blessings, I couldn't help but thank my savior. Amen.
Yeah. Them boys be cooking, them boys be chefing up, blessing them. How they go overlook them? Whoa,
hey, houseway.
Them boys be cooking, that wish works so far. It got everybody looking like, hold up. Them boys be cooking, the way they be chefing up, blessing them. How they go overlook them? Whoa, wait. Them boys be cooking, that wish works so far. It got everybody looking like, hold up.
this bitch on fire. You can call me ill burner, Lil Looney. I'm an arsonist. They say I'm a narcissist. Ain't believe in myself. Bitch, you know who you fucking with. Then they were 9 of the COC. Big mouthpiece, big energy. Score game money, they ain't nigga about the money, man. Good time to fucking eat. They know that I'm hungry, know that I'm starving. Bitch, I'm in the hood, just call me Rob. Chewing on beats as I hit the street. Call me Marvin. Waking up everybody. The lyrics says, yeah, I'm good at this. Y'all know them just talking shit. Got the eye of a tiger, heart of a lion. I'm a dog, I'm a motherfucker dog. Quit saying in the kitchen, gotta feed these streets. A homeless motherfucker still gon' eat. Go with the master chef, my brother. Big mouthpiece, man.
Yeah, them boys be cooking, nobody be chefing up, blessing them. How they go overlook them. Whoa, whoa. Them boys be cooking, that wish works so fine. It got everybody looking like, hold up. Them boys be cooking, the way they be chefing up, blessing them. How they go overlook them. Whoa, wait.
Job Bricks, CIA.
Yeah. Let's get it. Yeah.
Grand one.
They killed Malcolm X, they killed Martin Luther, they killed Emmett Till, lied on by his accuser. They dropped freaks of guns, Chicago, Illinois, then pushed Chief Keef to influence little boys. They say it's just music, but nah, it's much deeper. They brainwash our kids by what's coming through their speakers. They push Sexy Red, baby mama drama. They glorify her actions, but they ignore her trauma. CIA, FBI, 3-letter orgs. Seek and destroy, left us weak and ignored. Snap the umbilical, watch the blood leak from the cord. Then they push rounds of shots to our babies, we at war. I asked my mom, cause Jesus really save us. We send our kids to the same people that enslave us. Power is convert, whole system racist. They said we came off boats so the Asians could replace us. That's too deep for niggas. Listen up, I'm trying to teach these niggas. Gun on my waist because these crackers wanna bleed a nigga. But really, I'm just trying to reach my niggas. But before I reach my niggas, I might have to reach for niggas. Sad case when you see your brother as your enemy. Christmas time in the projects, ain't had no chimney. Guards on the window, Santa can't arrive. Saying guards that couldn't keep Zahir alive. This was back in '05 when I was in the spas. Seen a kid laying lifeless, he was only 5. Looked over, seen the pain in his brother's eyes. I had nightmares for months, I was traumatized. CIA, FBI, 3-letter orgs. Seek and destroy, left us weak and ignored. Snap the umbilical, watch the blood leak from the cord. Then they push rounds of shots to our babies, we at war. They killed Fred Hampton, they killed Bobby Hutton. They killed Trayvon Martin, he ain't do nothing. They bombed Greenwood, and that was on site. Latino games, even winning bomb Braun Hike. They say black and brown, but they don't really mean it. They only unify with us when it's real convenient. We always take the bait. Where's the self-respect? It's crazy everybody benefit from our neglect. You land an opportunity, I land of our oppression. They passed the Cellar Act just to teach blacks a lesson. Right after the civil rights, one hell of a timing. The bill will flood immigrants just to undermine us. But that's too deep for niggas, hold up. I'm trying to teach these niggas. Gun on my waist because these crackers wanna bleed a nigga. But really, I'm just trying to reach my niggas. But before I reach my niggas, I may have to reach for niggas.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside.
Shout out to everybody in the house. Let me go to my watch later. I put some music in my watch later. Grand Rising, beautiful people. Hopefully everybody having a good day. You know what I mean? I decided to tap in. Got a couple hours. I said, let me go live and talk about whatever. You know, like I said, I put some videos in my watch later. And we're gonna review some videos. Shout out my brother, the last Dandada. Flat motherfucking power to the motherfucking people. Hopefully you and the family having a good day, man. Like I said, let me go to my watch later. My brother Nasir gave me something. He wanted me to put in, make sure I'm sharing the sound. Here we go.
Yeah.
The links in the chat. Anybody can join, man.
Start the morning with a pocket full of dough, rising like the yeast while the heavy winds blow. Second step is ray beaming light on the path, counting up the math while I'm dodging all the red. Me, myself, and I stay solid in the frame. I don't let the dollar bill ever change my name. Far as I can see, the horizon's looking bright. Grinding through the day just to double up the night, so it goes around like a cycle in the street. Planting every seed just to find a way to eat. Laid it on the line for the integrity I hold, more precious than the silver or the glitter of the gold. See, it's for the time that I spent inside the trap. Now I'm back at do, let the cycle overlap. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Started with the dough, ended with the dough. Money is the tool, but it never is the soul. Keep your spirit clean while you're reaching for the gold. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Making sure the pockets in the garden continue to grow. Strength and the wisdom, that's the real wealth. Stacking up the paper while I'm guarding my health. Listen to the OJs, the love of it is cold. People selling spirits just to get their hands on gold. Root of all evil if you let it take the lead. Blinded by the hunger and the poison of the greed. They want us in the markets, the merchants of the end. Buying processed death where the chemicals blend. I'd rather have the soil and the water in the sun than the grocery aisle when the dirty work is done. Generational wealth ain't just digits in the bank. It's the land that we own and the heavens that we think. I make the money, man, the money don't make me. I'm the master of the craft, I'm the captain on the sea. From the dough to the tea, keep the rhythm in the chest. Put the fake wealth in the vanity, the rest. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Started with the dough, ended with the dough. Money is the tool, but it never is the soul. Keep your spirit clean while you're reaching for the goal. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Making sure the pockets in the garden continue to grow. Strength and the wisdom, that's the real wealth. Stacking up the paper while I'm guarding my health. Grow your own food, feed your own mind. Leave the merchants of death in the system behind. From the first note to the last breath I take, integrity is the only thing they never can break. Back to the dough. Yeah, we back to the dough. Watch the garden rise. Watch the legacy grow.
And shout out my brother Enemies Production, Enemies Public, you know, and TEP Productions. We're gonna go over here. Shout out to brother Mac V Productions, man. I think he put this out.
They talking outside of your neck. Look, man, they gonna talk about.
I see y'all music. I'm definitely gonna play it, man.
Tell them keep talking. Talk. They talking out the side of your neck. Side of your neck, yeah. They gon' keep talking. That means you looking, baby. But they talking out the side of your neck. Yeah. Just keep talking. But they talking out the side of your neck. Yeah. Yeah, they talking out the side of your neck. Keep talking, yeah. Just keep talking, just keep talking. It means you looking back, but they talking out the side of your neck. They say I think too much, why not? We do have brains, right? Not utilizing to fix problems is insane, right? You talk a lot of Jesus Christ, I am that same light. Pictures you paint with your actions, it don't hang right. I am. Talk through these lyrics, serve like I slang light. And when you're looking for a savior to save you, church tell you hang tight. I guess we don't see life quite the same, right? Held the lamb for birth, fire disciple and flame, right? There's no goodness with
always done that. Appreciate you, brother.
For shame, right? Look, I've been one boy. Not a rap,
General, not a brother. Poison Puppet, Darren Walker, G. Allen Warren.
That is your shit. Don't skip the day. With illegal residence, blood, sweat, and tears from my folks saturate ground much deeper than a funky sound. That is no war if you do
do not go. Release the cornrow, brace and fro. Never heard hits like this before. I guess when you know, you know, you know.
Like I said, y'all got a video y'all want me to review, put it in the chat.
Manage money,
we're gonna review some videos.
Entire fam 10 to feed this beast. The evil's bigger than the Middle East. Are there any niggas in the Middle East? I twist my locks as I contemplate. Why diligent make people hate? Why you never see the people straight? Still they fill the collection plate while the pastor duck and dodge and give the people a big meat rage. They play Rwanda in the bar. We here to lift them out the far. Most asleep and some will not, and blindly follow the man of God. They got a job, can't pay their bills, supporting pastors. Stay for real. They talking out the side of your neck. Keep talking, yeah. Just keep talking.
Shout out my brother.
Just keep
Last
talking.
thing I said, D. Allen, you the man with the plan. For sure, that's my brother D. Allen Warren, man. Shout out to D. Allen Warren and my brother the Last Dada. Like I said, we reviewing some videos, and we're gonna start with give me 1 second. We ain't gonna start with that one. We're gonna start with telehouse activists explain why they shut down Walmart.
The digital warfare that's there. So we just want to.
We're gonna review some videos today, and you know, talk about them. The link's in the chat for anybody wanna hit the link. You know, the first video we're gonna review, and like I said, if y'all got something y'all want me to review, put it in the chat, man. I got a couple hours today. We're gonna review videos and talk our talk, man. You know, like I said, the first video, shout out to Telehouse Publishing. Activists explain why they shut down the Walmart, where I don't want to beat his name, was killed. Wiley was killed, where the young man Wiley was killed. So let's go. And you know, my brother Poison Puppet already.
Right now, and we're not going to stop till we get it. We're not only targeting Walmart, but they made the call. They're liable for their reaction to something as simple as a pack of Pampers.
Okay, so tell me about
and shout out to this brother right there and the organization that he a part. There's some stand-up brothers, you know what I mean? But that's where it comes to. We get to the point where we're tired of being tired. We're tired of being tired. And basically, we standing 10 toes down. So yeah, shout out this brother activist and his group for protesting Walmart. Because like I said in the last video, Walmart is $1 billion corporation. They have something what they call loss prevention. So if anything is stolen, they get compensated anyway. And for them to target them young ladies and that baby the way they did, the way they target a lot of people, because a lot of people have want to Walmart and the greeters, basically the ticket checkers. You know, they want to check certain people's tickets, and you know, and a lot of people are just tired and frustrated. You know, after you done spent your hard-earned money, you know, went through their process shopping, going to the cash register, or the computer checkout. You know what I mean? And then having to show your tickets like you stole something. Then they target who they want to target. You know, and like I said, Walmart is $1 billion business. Shout out to this brother for boycotting or standing up to Walmart and calling Walmart along with the police department in that area. Because as y'all know, the young lady was basically targeted. She went through the computer checkout, paid for her diapers, and they targeted her for stealing, which she wasn't stealing. She was trying to, get away. And these aggressive police officers, the lady in the back seat showed the baby, and these officers still shot. So, like I said, shout out to these brothers for doing what they doing, man, and standing up for what's right, and standing up, to the corporation.
About what happened here this morning. I didn't get here in time to see it, but it looked like you had hundreds of people standing at the doors of this store. Was the purpose to get the doors closed? And talk about what happened this morning.
Interorganizational unity, what Building Bridges stands for, in partnership with the IUIC, real solid black men that are strong and encouraging their community to stop doing drugs, to stop being gang members, and stand for something, create one nation where of black people who we know who we are, where you can.
I like this, brother. We're gonna rewind that back. I like everything he just said. He's saying the same thing I've been saying. We need to come together and stand up for what's right. Black people, flag on the play. Niggas, flag on the play. Aboriginal Americans. Let's go. Let's rewind that shit back.
For their reaction to something as simple as a pack of Pampers.
Okay, so tell me about what happened here this morning. I didn't get here in time to see it, but it looked like you had hundreds of...
Something as simple as a fucking pack of Pampers. I ain't sure how much a pack of Pampers costs these days. Probably about $40. With the prices, maybe $50. So a $50 pack of Pampers. The police unalive this
people stand the purpose to get the door.
Their reaction to something as simple as
just a reaction to something as
simple as a pack of Pampers.
Okay, so tell me about what happened here this morning. I didn't get here in time to see it, but it looked like you had hundreds of people standing at the doors of this store. Was the purpose to get the doors closed? And talk about what happened this morning.
Interorganizational unity, what Building Bridges stands for, in partnership with the IUIC, real solid black men that are strong and encouraging their community to stop doing drugs, to stop being gang members, and stand for something, create one nation where of black people who we know who we are, where you can seek reparations.
Man, shout out to that brother. Shout out to that brother, even though he's still calling us black. But shout out to that brother, trying to bring unity. Something
as a whole, as a collective. So if I'm willing to partner and work with anyone who have revolution on their mind.
Tell me this. Tuesday, they deployed tear gas. Were you here for that?
Yes, I was.
So are you ready for that to happen again? Because as I understand it, I saw the
tear gas. So shout out to Jackie Brown. Like I said, that's always one of the topics. How the police protect these corporations. And that's what the young man just explained with them throwing tear gas. How they protect the corporations. Walmart, billion-dollar corporation. But let's continue. We're going to talk about that
this coming weekend. It's 3 days of activities planned in protest for what happened to baby Cohen.
Well, we're prepared. The first time, I know that they were testing us, and this is warfare, and that's how I treat it. So I know we were testing them as well to see their response, to see how they would react, to see how many officers they have, to know and come with a larger force. So they're going to do what they're going to do, and we're going to do what we're going to do. But I can assure you we're not going to stop until we get justice for baby Cohen, till they full transparency and equal justice. We seen in South Carolina with Cyrus Carmack Belton that his life was worth a bottle of water that he didn't even steal, 14 years old. There's a statement made here. We seen with Carmelo Anthony, you can't even defend yourself when attacked. So, okay, now our black youth can't defend themselves. And now we're seeing with Walmart and the pack of Pampers that sick people are justifying shooting and killing a baby, critically injuring and life-changing a black woman and traumatizing a black mother for some Pampers. You know what I'm saying? We follow the laws of the land. That's not even a debate. That's an ignorant point to be on now. Why did he fire? Why was it other officers?
Shout out to old dude. Much love and respect, old dude. Grand rising, beautiful people. Yee. Much love and respect to you, brother. Like I said, we're updating the story of Corey Wiley was killed You know, shout out to these brothers, you know, who shutting it down, doing their thing, coming together. Now, I would come together with a brother like that. I love what they doing. Shout out to that brother in that community, man. Like I said, a lot of us are tired of being tired. We don't want to do this shit, but we're going to continue doing it as long as they allow these race soldiers and these racists to do what they do. So shout out to this brother, man.
Outside a lot by their own admission. How did you already know that the baby was in the car and yet you still chose to shoot in this car? What was a black baby's life worth to you? We know Hunter Foster's rate the officer racist.
And that's what I've been saying. They're so hypocritical. If your vote count, why you acting like our life don't count? That young man was a potential voter, even though I talk about over here non-voting for the corporation, but they don't value our life, our children's lives, man. Shout out to Dante. That's why I was trying to have a talk with my brother Chief Holiday and about the police brutality that the unaliving young youth, and he wanted to talk about the fucking us doing it. I'm like, bruh, we ain't talk about the cops. Why you want to go past the cops and talk about, yeah, we know we gunning each other down in the streets. We'll deal with that. But let's deal with the main issue. These cops killing our youth. I just got off the line, man. I said some people, he ain't there yet. And some of these people, they trying to stay politically correct where they don't call out the police. They don't call out the government. I'm 100, I'm calling them all out, man. And shout out to this brother, man, and his organization. Let's continue.
History,
Links
we
in the
know
chat. Anybody
that
want to
other
come up,
black
man?
officers and other officers in the department have filed complaints for his racism in the department. We know what he done at other departments, so he needs to be decertified,
Yes,
never to be the
sir.
police again, fired.
Yeah, this was the Walmart shooting where, the two young ladies went into Walmart, went to the self-checkout, paid for the diapers, and one of the, loss prevention called the cops. Yeah, this is a story over some diapers. They shot the girl car up, said she was trying to, they lied like they always do. They'll throw guns on you, they'll throw drugs on you, they'll throw anything to, not make themselves look wrong, to justify what they're doing. So yeah, this is a story, updated story, because like I said, shout out to his brother. They trying to get that Walmart shut the fuck down, man. What's good, brother? Now say how you doing today, brother?
I'm good, brother. How you doing this afternoon, brother?
I'm good, my brother.
Are
Yes,
you
sir.
hearing me clear, brother?
Loud and clear, good brother.
My brother, we have to stop giving these Negroes our time, especially like on our platforms, because every time we call other people out, they always want to bring it back to our problems that we have internally, as if they're telling us some new news like we don't know the problems that we already have.
Yes, sir.
We know the problems that we have, and that's for us to handle our internal problems among ourselves. But they always like to deflect and talk about the problems that we have when we call out other people. And it seems to me like it's a scapegoat to not get off their ass and do something. Somebody who don't want to do something is going to always take it back to what we do and bring it back to us. We just can't give them our time no more, bro. They shouldn't even have a platform to speak on among us. They just shouldn't.
I definitely
Cause
agree.
I'm about tired of them.
Yes, sir.
The Quash and all these niggas, man, always want to bring it back to us. I can't stand them niggas, man.
Yeah.
I don't like them niggas.
I
And they do
totally.
all that shit, and they want to put a God in between that shit. We want to bring God in it and religion in it.
In the Bible, all that
Teaching
good stuff.
in the Bible, teaching them to be self-hating ass Negroes, man. I can't stand them niggas, bro.
Yeah, I totally agree. But I put the link for anybody to come up, so you know what I mean.
Yeah, I
I try to
understand what
deal with it the
I
best way
understand
I
what you
can,
do.
and you
I
know you do.
understand what you do, bro.
Yes,
I understand what you do. I understand what you do because to me, it's really exposure.
yes, sir.
We need to identify them cats, man. But you got a little more patience than I do, brother. I can admit that.
You always say that, good brother. I be trying to
Got a little
show
more,
it. You know what I
got a
mean?
little more patience than I do, brother. I'm gonna come back through in a little bit, brother. I was on my break. I had to at least come up and greet you, brother.
Appreciate you, brother, for sure. Make
Indeed,
sure what
indeed.
I see you a little later, brother. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Peace and love, bro.
Peace and love, brother. Shout out to my brother, Enemies Public, man. Juan Torres, much love and respect. Flat motherfucking power to the Flat Power family, my brother Juan Torres. Hope they prepared. What's good, man? Come on up and talk to the OG, man. My brother, hope they prepared. You're welcome to come up. Anybody, old dude, anybody. The link's in the chat, any topic. But we're going to get back to the video. Shout out to this brother and the work he doing in his community, man. We need more men like him standing up.
Arrested, charged, indicted, and swiftly.
Is there anything that Walmart could do that would cancel the boycott?
That is not a question for me. I'm solely here to be a community member, to be a leader, to be an organizer, to be a servant to this family. So that's a question for them when their attorneys are here, when they're ready to speak.
And talk about what's coming up this weekend. I saw Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Spell out what's going to happen.
So it is Justice for Cohen Cartier Wiley's Memorial and Celebration of Life weekend. He will be laid to rest this weekend. His father, his young black father, has to deal with that. His young black mother has to deal with that. These grandparents have to deal with that. Make it real for these people that don't see it real. He ain't never coming back. It's an empty seat at the table always. He's always going to be loved, and it's always someone special. He was the light. The grandparents was planning on leaving their legacy to him. His father was putting his all into him.Is mother, like this whole world, and you changed their whole world. So there has to be accountability, swift accountability, transparency, and justice.
And talk to me about you live in Huntsville. When you first heard the news that this poor baby was killed, it was an officer-involved shooting. What went through your mind? Is that what motivated you to get in your car and come up here?
There was actually another case in Gulfport, one of the hardest case I ever worked, because the father's action, the baby name was LaMelo Parker. He was 3 months old. So we know about Tamir Rice, LaMelo Parker, Trayvon Martin, Cyrus. I can't say it enough.
Like I said, it's so many of these police unalive our youth that it's hard to even know all the names. But shout out my sister, damn, what's her name? Phenomenal Mommy. She got a song called Innocent, where it named all the youth that was killed by the blacks during that time. And I know it's more to be added to that song. I'm going to see if I can find it and play it before the end of this stream, man. It's called Innocent. Go check out Phenomenal Mommy page. Phenomenal Mommy. She got a song called Innocent. She make music over there. I'm going to see if I can play it. But yeah, shout out all the work this brother doing, man. Like Brother Nasir just said, we talk about police shootings. You want to come bring up the goddamn what we do to ourselves. I ain't saying that ain't a problem, but we're talking about the police. They're basically soldiers for the corporation. How they protect these businesses like Walmart, the Chinese store, over our life. You see what I'm saying? Over a bottle of water, some Pampers. They call that shit petty theft. It's nothing to lose your life for. And in both cases, South Carolina case, the young man didn't steal shit. This case, the young lady didn't steal nothing, man. and they both unalive. And I'm gonna say this right. Let me take my screen down for a minute, but we coming right back to this. I'm gonna say this right. Every time one of us get unalive, the person always seems to get second class, second degree murder. They never give when you kill a flag on a play, a black person or a nigger. They never give them first degree murder, especially the cops. They love to say second degree murder. Put a one in the chat if y'all see that. Put a one in the chat if you see how most times, like 85% of the time, when a nigga get killed or a black person that get killed, uh, it's always charges of second degree murder. Never first. Put a one in the chat if y'all agree with that. That's telling me they don't care about our life. That tells me that they ain't trying to give them the maximum penalty for unaliving us. That's what that tells me. When you unalive flag on the play, a black person or a nigga, and the courts only charge you with second degree murder, that's you know that's basically giving them a slap on the wrist and not caring about that person's life. Shout out my brother Tight Sam. Much love and respect to you and the family, Tight Sam. My Aboriginal brother. Thank you for the one, Poison Pup and Sharon Walker. You know, in so many cases, I can go back and play them. Second degree murder. But when we unalive them, and when we fight force with force, we get first degree murder, maximum penalty. So that's all I want to say. You know, it seems like when these pink people, do something harm to us and they get caught, they get second degree murder and never first degree murder with the maximum penalty. And like I said, and I'm going to show y'all, and showing you in this video how these police officers protect the corporation. They don't care about the people's life. They protecting their businesses. That's all. I see the one. Thank you. Hope they prepared. Stephen Leonard. Step Sean Leonard. See the one. Welcome to the platform. Thank you, Poison Puppet. I'm going to say that because, I mean, they named so many fucking lives. I wish I could just play this to Chief Holiday so he can hear it. Because, like, if they did an updated version of this song, I just saved it to my watch later, see if it came through. Let me redo my watch later. Because I definitely want to play that. Because I think, man, they name about a goddamn 500 names or more in that song of, people that was killed innocent by the police. I would have checkmated them in our argument. And our talking points. That'd have been a checkmate. And like I said, that song was probably made, when that song was made, probably about, shit, 5 years ago. So could you imagine the updated song? They'll be going for like 10 minutes just naming people. But let's get back to the video, man. I just was trying to prove a point where they unalive us. They get second degree murder. They get a slap on the wrist. They don't get life. They might get 5, 10, depending on, how bad, 20. But we unalive them, we getting football numbers 35, 79, 99, 78. We getting football numbers. Thank you, Poison Puppet. I got it. Definitely gonna play that, John. Just to make my point. How these cops unalive us. Appreciate that, Tyson. Let's get back to the video, man.
When you have consistently seen them kill our kids, you know, you got to draw. Like, we're just prepared to draw the line in the sand and say we're willing to die about you killing black children in Walmart.
The brother just went straight to the point I made. Let's rewind that shit back, man.
We know about Tamir Rice, LaMelo Parker, Trayvon Martin, you know, Cyrus. I can't say it enough. When you have consistently seen them kill our kids, you know, you got to draw the line somewhere. Like, we're just prepared to draw the line in the sand and say we're willing to die about you killing black children in Walmart for a pack of Pampers.
You gotta draw that line in the sand and say, fuck it, I'm ready to die over this shit, man. I've been said it over the racism. Over the, you know, unaliving our youth. Let's continue. Shout out this brother, man.
And just the pain of the country.
If you in that area, go support that brother, man.
Deep in Senatobia, but as the story is being shared, it's reopened a lot of wounds in the country. So just speak on what this means in this political moment for America.
This administration, both sides of the aisle, are all one big hateful capitalistic industry that drives hate amongst the people, that doesn't care about the people. You know, black people as a whole, I'm black, so I can't speak from the perspective of anyone else when I say that. But we took 3 hits, as I've said, with Cyrus, Carmack Belton, a 14-year-old boy, having to watch him learn that he was running away, learn he didn't steal anything, all these lies, these narratives, the propaganda machine of right-wing MAGA, and to understand even more deeper than that, I understand why
our kids and make them less than human. I haven't even heard of people say it. They treat our kids like they're less than human. They treat us like we're not human. Call it, like I said, if they ain't, you know, doing that, they calling us the monkeys and telling us to go back to Africa and all this shit. The hate, nothing but positive, but hate, all hate. And a lot of it is targeted to the youth and the seniors. But let's continue. We fighting back, though. That's the beautiful thing. We fighting back, like tired of this brother said. We tired of being tired. We fighting back.
Black boy needs a gun in these neighborhoods because he don't want to die. Poverty breeds crime. It's proximity crime. It has.
Damn, let me rewind that back. Say, these young men need guns because they don't want to die. That's a fact, man. Like I said, I'm not one of them niggas that tell you don't leave the house without that still. I would be lying. You know, I always tell my people to stay dangerous, man. Keep that heat on you at all times. I do. Let's rewind that back.
But we took 3 hits, as I've said, with Cyrus, Carmack Belton, a 14-year-old boy, having to watch him learn that he was running away, learn he didn't steal anything, all these lies, these narratives, the propaganda machine of right-wing MAGA, and to understand.
We can go back to Carmelo Anthony. They never once in that trial brought up that, you know, he was being bullied. That propaganda machine put out that lie that he was the aggressor, and these pink people ran with it instead of researching and seeing the truth that, no, them young men had a history of bullying. They know how, you know, these pink people are like to bully. How, you know, they think they got so much privileges, they can tell you, you can't be in this neighborhood, or your music too loud. Y'all know how these pink people get.
Understand even more deeper than that, I understand why a black boy needs a gun in these neighborhoods, because he don't want to die. Poverty breeds crime. It's proximity crime. It has nothing to do with color or race. It has to do with the environments, the access to opportunity, the education, the school system, which is run by property tax. Well, who don't own property? It's simple math. I call it legal racism. They know what they're doing when they use words like woke. It was always an attack on black people.
What's the message you're trying to send to officials that are hearing you?
Real. It was always been an attack on niggas. Let's rewind that back.
These narratives, the propaganda machine of right wing MAGA, and to understand even more deeper than that, I understand why a black boy needs a gun in these neighborhoods because he don't want to die. Poverty breeds crime. It's proximity crime. It has nothing to do with color or race. It has to do with the environments, the access to opportunity, the education, the school system, which is run by property tax. Well, who don't own property? It's simple math. I call it legal racism. They know what they're doing when they use words like
facts. I totally agree. Facts.
Woke. It was always an attack on black people.
Always attack on flag on the play black people, niggas. Because we ain't black, brother. We Aboriginal Americans. And there's always been an attack on us. Excellent talk, my brother. Excellent point.
The message you're trying to send to officials that are hearing you and seeing what you all are doing. Walmart is watching. Senatobia police are watching. What's the message you're trying to send?
If you say, so the time.
Shout out my brother Tone, 8455. Much love and respect to you and the family. Said, yes, it'll always be extra too. Vests, tasers, bear spray, pocket knives. Gotcha. Yes, sir. Let's rewind that question back.
Simple math. I call it legal racism. They know what they're doing when they use words like woke. It was always an attack on black people.
And why it's on my mind, you know, like this brother standing up to Walmart, shout out to him for that. We need to do the same thing to these courts, to the judicial system, because they're letting these racists get away. We need to start standing up to the judicial system instead of, the store owner. Go after the big dog. Stop going after these little, dogs. Go after, the whole court system. Call that whole court system out. Like I showed in the brother information, man, how when we get charged with a crime, we get 65% more time than anybody else. We need to, like they protesting Walmart going up, we need to do this shit to their courts when they doing that same thing, legal racism that my brother talked about. But let me let him answer the question.
What's the message you're trying to send to officials that are hearing you and seeing what you all are doing? Walmart is watching. Senatobia police are watching. What's the message you're trying to send?
If you say, so the time of, I call this new age that we're in, what Trump has exposed, is the time of sugarcoating is over. Whoever you are, whatever you do behind closed doors, it's time to come out into the light. So if you're a good person, I'm so tired of cops and politicians telling me they're good people. If you're a good person, it's time to show and tell and do and make good moral conscious decisions and actions that shows and reflects you being a good person. That's why we're here. We're just trying to be good people and show this family we care, and we care about your baby, and we care about your community of Senatobia. Thank you.
You're about to lose $50,000.
Apologize for the commercial, y'all. Here we go. And shout out to Telehouse Publishers, man, for putting this out, man. And we got an update on that cop, too.
Sisters was, once again, my dear brother Markel Bridges, who is down there leading the charge for Justin Foucault and Wiley, who was senselessly murdered by a racist police, Hunter Foster, with racism in his jacket, after the people he was in the car with were falsely accused of shoplifting. And there has been several protests. The first time that the people went out there to the Walmart after marching on City Hall and going into City Hall and demanding that the officer be terminated. Then they went to Walmart where the Senatobia police, I guess the Mississippi State Police, came out with a busload full of SWAT officers, all in riot gear, while the people were out there just peacefully protesting with signs, coming together for the community, making a demonstration that, we are tired of it in this community, the community of Senatobia.
Man, that's crazy, man. Look at this shit right here. It's nothing but young people, man. Young men, and boys and girls on that line, man. and they with they fucking like they really trying to harm nothing. These people wicked, man. And as y'all see, there's always one of us in there, man. It's always a bunch of niggas, man, that's backing this corporation, man. Called himself doing his job, police officer. Ray hurt his own people, man. Them people peacefully protesting. Like I said, this shows how this corporation, these police, protect these businesses. They don't care about our lives. They ready to fucking beat us down and pepper spray us and all this other shit, man. Because we want justice. That's why I call out this system, man, every day. Yes, YS, millennial. They love their oppressors, facts. As you see, 1, 2, 3, the fourth one down is a nigga, a black person. Now, all I see is young kids, young girls, young boys in there. Yeah, they already beat the youth down because, come on, man. Over a fucking pack of Pampers. The cop unaliving the kid over a pack of Pampers that they didn't steal. How these police protect the corporation. That's what I'm showing you. Walmart. These businesses. Let's continue with the video, man. And all I see is youth. I'm going to say it one more time. Young kids. Just want better. And you know, they ready to bring the goon squad out on them. Sad.
Year, while the people were out there just peacefully protesting with signs, coming together for the community, making a demonstration that, you know, we are tired of it in this community. The community of Senatobia has had several incidents of police misconduct, excessive force, abuse in their community. And I guess this is one incident that took the cake, so to speak, or broke the camel's back. And they were out there, and the police once again released tear gas on the people. As you heard the reporter said, they released tear gas. They had snipers on the roof when they went to the city council. And it's just been a show of complete force in response to the people's demands of accountability for, you know, their officers' actions. And the other day they had the IUIC, the brothers from the Hebrew Israelite nation out there as well, performing a demonstration, pretty much blocking the doors of the Walmart. They are calling for a boycott of that Walmart, if I'm not mistaken, in particular, if not Walmart, you know, nationwide. However, you know, as somebody pointed out, well, we need to figure out where we're going to get our goods from, if that's the case. But I stand with my brothers 100% because, you know, I feel the spirit, I feel the passion. I know, you know, this is what needs to be done. And so I commend everybody who's out there on the ground in Senatobia, Mississippi. They're going to lay the young brother to rest this weekend, but there's still going to be, once again, more demonstrations, more acts of unity, more acts of love for the people. There's nothing, you know, violent about what they are doing. They're exercising their right to peaceful protest about, once again, the police unsanctioned or state sanctioned murder of a young 1-year-old child, Cohen Wiley. So I just wanted to share that because, once again, there is a spotlight on it. And once again, they keep saying the narrative that these people were stealing. There was nobody stealing. There was nobody stealing out of the store. The Pampers were paid for. Nevertheless, even if they did steal, I see people in the comments, well, they shouldn't have been stealing. So are you going to justify a 1-year-old baby and a woman getting shot because of stealing? Because that's not the narrative we hear with Carmelo Anthony. Once they say that, you know, he was attacked, or somebody said, well, he was pushed. Then they say, well, he shouldn't have stabbed him even though he pushed. But, well, where is that same mindset when it comes to this incident? Oh, they were stealing, so they shouldn't have been shot, right? Being shot is not a good response to stealing. If you're going to say stabbing isn't a good response for being attacked. So you can't have it both ways. But once again, that's how, the narrative and the news and the racists always like to fit the script when it comes time. They like to move the goalposts. But, shout out to the brothers and sisters once again on the ground out there in Senatobia. Shout out to, Brother Bridges, the IUIC, all of the people who are coming out, in support of that family, in support of, righteousness. Because that's what we're dealing with, righteousness, right and wrong. So much respect to all of those people who are once again standing in solidarity with the community of Senatobia, not in this instance, but, it's been a documented series of instances, which I want to share some of those later in later videos where you're going to see how this police department is rife with anti-Black racism and hatred. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching.
Shout out to Telehouse Publishing. We're going to go over here for a minute.
Hey, have you been researching dental implants?
He's just been
Allergy and infectious diseases provided millions in U.S. taxpayer dollars to fund dangerous gain-of-function research on bat coronaviruses at the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
That means he
work
lied.
which is now widely viewed as the source of the unintentional lab leak that sparked the pandemic. Now, in support of President Trump's maximum transparency mandate, today, on my final day as Director of National Intelligence, I'm releasing never-before-seen communications and documents that expose exactly how Fauci worked with politicized career leadership in the intelligence community to suppress the truth about his actions, the virus's lab leak origins, and his role in directing U.S. funding for this dangerous research that caused immeasurable harm and countless lost lives. Now, these documents expose Fauci's direct role in influencing and manipulating IC assessments and how Fauci lied to Congress in 2024 when under oath he denied knowledge of or participation in discussions with intelligence officials about viral research.
So the most credible doctor in all of American history has apparently been lying this entire time. Remember this?
NIH has not ever and does not now fund gain-of-function research in the Wuhan Institute.
We now know that a bat coronavirus was enhanced in a lab. The National Institutes of Health acknowledged that it funded research of a virus that was studied at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. The experiment unexpectedly, we're told, made a bat coronavirus more contagious than the original naturally occurring
Take
one.
an animal virus and you increase its transmissibility to humans.
Right.
You're saying that's not gain of function?
Yeah, that is correct. And Senator Paul, you do not know what you are talking about.
Well, I think we're all about to know what he wasn't talking about. Listen to this.
We also received testimony from multiple intelligence community whistleblowers who reported retaliation for challenging the intelligence community's manipulation of intelligence on the virus's origins. Once again, revealing a clear pattern of suppressing dissent, silencing critics, and burying the truth.
Wow, yeah, that's what this
Dr.
was about.
Fauci's close relationships with the intelligence community enabled him to assume three key roles that shield him from scrutiny.
Oh, this is how he escaped.
First,
until now.
Dr. Fauci funded dangerous gain-of-function coronavirus research linked to Big Pharma and their pursuit of universal vaccines worth trillions of dollars.
Linked to Big Pharma and trillions of dollars. Let that sink in. Like I said, they basically gave these vaccine companies immunity over the vaccines. Congress did. Shout out to my sister Diamond Girl. Much love and respect to you and the family, Diamond Girl.
Second, Dr. Fauci was the behind-the-scenes advisor who, alongside his hand-picked so-called experts, pushed the intelligence community to endorse a natural animal origin to hide his dangerous gain-of-function research that he funded using taxpayer dollars.
Wow.
All of this in a deliberate attempt to cover up the truth and shift the blame and attention away from Fauci's own actions.
Which essentially means that this was his virus, and he knew a lot more about it than he wanted America to find out about. That's for sure.
Third, Dr. Fauci became the nation's pandemic pundit, and he publicly pushed lies, disinformation, and censorship using every platform available.
Publicly pushed lies, disinformation, and censorship. Let's go.
Now, according to hundreds of reviewed emails, which are included in this release, the intelligence community almost always incorporated Fauci's recommendations. He promoted a fraudulent paper whose publication he helped prompt as legitimate information for intelligence community consideration. Senior analysts praised Dr. Fauci not as a policymaker, but as what they called an unbiased guide to the real coronavirus experts, while deliberately ignoring experts who might dissent from Fauci's
no one was allowed to
narratives.
say anything.
Now, Fauci didn't stop there.
Covering up.
He blatantly lied to Congress under oath during his 2024 testimony to the House Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic, denying that he ever spoke to any intelligence agency about COVID. Now, the correspondence I'm releasing today directly contradicts his sworn testimony. And we received statements from multiple whistleblowers revealing that the intelligence analysts who dared to challenge Dr. Fauci's COVID origin conclusions faced threats of retaliation, marginalization, and many suffered career setbacks. For example, a contractor was terminated just days after coming forward to ODNI as a whistleblower.
Now, the problem with this is that politics were put before the safety and well-being of our entire country. And remember,
I heard what he said. Politics was put before the safety of the fucking people. Let's go.
why was that done? Well, at the time, Fauci was the expert. And if Trump didn't want to listen to Fauci, then that was the reason Trump had to go. That was the reason Trump couldn't be trusted. But, we could trust the doctor who apparently wasn't being very forthcoming with what he knew.
Well, those who advocated for the lab leak hypothesis or expressed dissenting views were reminded by their managers that leadership would determine which analysts would be promoted and which would not.
Threatened.
The message was clear. Go along or be punished.
Yeah.
Senior leaders also sought to undermine whistleblowers by removing anonymity, which is required in the whistleblower process, as they made their complaints, and also insisting that their managers or attorneys be present during ODNI meetings where these whistleblowers were coming forward with their testimony. Obviously creating an atmosphere.
If you got hit, even if you were not driving, you need to try this.
Because if you were in a car accident,
apologize for the commercials.
Yeah, nobody feels safe.
The COVID pandemic caused tremendous hardship and pain for millions of our fellow Americans and countless people around the world.
Yeah, right.
Now, after years of lies and censorship and cover-ups, the American people deserve transparency, truth, and accountability.
Yep.
The tactics that were used to hide the truth are straight from the deep state playbook. Politicized self-serving leaders like Dr. Fauci covered up their own wrongdoing and abuses of power, manipulated intelligence, lied to Congress, and undermined a duly elected president by restricting his access to the vital facts he needed to keep the country safe.
And that was one of the things that many people think had a lot to do with why Trump did not win a second term immediately after his first term. This external circumstance came along and there was somebody in place who was an expert who everything Trump wanted to do had to go through Fauci. You remember that? This totally undermined his administration. And remember what they were saying about people that had a dissenting voice? Remember what you were told to think about folks like that?
Clear pattern.
If you want to pause it. Brett, one, why is this so important? And two, will there be redemption for some of the families that went through it who directly were impacted by some of these policies?
I think this is a
Fox News
huge
anchor.
deal. Back in that
Let me
time,
pause
we
real quick. And that's why, like, if you let me know you took the jab, I don't trust the words you say, man, unless you accept that you fucked up. And a lot of people ain't willing to accept they fucked up and took that jab. They're still justifying and believing in the corporation. You know what I mean? That's why I just don't trust them COVID-19 patients at all. But let's continue. Talk about how they cover it up.
He did one of the first stories about the Wuhan lab as possibly being the center of this, and were lambasted as conspiracy theorists and out there, and said, you know, all of the administration officials came out and said, don't listen to this. Later, we found emails after FOIA requests where Fauci and Collins, Francis Collins, were trying to counter our stories about the Wuhan lab. This is a huge deal. If you think about it, Fauci was pardoned in the last day of the Biden administration. And now there are reports about how he really was pushing for that. And once he got word that it was going to happen, he signed it right away, was obviously very concerned about it. I think this is really big. If you think about back to COVID, how much a mistake it was for the country as a health policy overall, the total shutdown. There are families that still are impacted by this. Think about all the kids around the country that have one less year because of what they went through.
No
it's a huge deal.
And the reason the director of national intelligence on her last day,
and the people who still getting those different vaccines put in them, hantavirus. You know, they're going to come up with a COVID-19 part 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, infinity. You're going to have to continue to take these vaccines to live. And all the information about it. You know, how basically, you know, they can go into the computer now. Transhumanism. How they can, they're being tracked. Like, they got different, you know, infrared and where they can read your body temperature. They got that now, but they're tracking these COVID-19 patients differently than they did that. You see what I'm saying? So all this shit is coming out. And like I said, I don't trust none of them that still took that jab and believe, you know, it's a conspiracy, you know, that it really was for the good of humanity when they were trying to depopulate, man. But we're going to continue with the video.
decided to release all of this is because there are people out there who have been asking for answers for more than half a decade now and haven't gotten any. And now it looks like it's finally time for America to find out what's really going on here. And as you're about to see, the more you dig into this, the worse it gets.
Origin and hide his dangerous research. Fauci became the nation.
Like I said, you know, the ones that still justifying that shit, man, they caught up in the propaganda machine. Their mind will never be right. You know, but us that challenged it and didn't get it, all the information is coming out, man, that, you know, it was depopulation, that they would, you know, it was an experiment, a 2020 Tuskegee experiment on the people. Yes, ma'am, Sharon Walker. I'm with you 100%. You know, but I just wanted to get this information out to the people, how 6 years later, this shit is still coming out. They're talking about it in Congress. I think I got one of the videos in Congress where they talking about that shit. You know, and it got, you know, the people mixed. Some people that took that shit still justifying it, still believing in it, waiting on the next virus to come. Then you got us that questioned that shit, didn't take it. You know, calling out them. You know, and this is one of the reasons why I'm censored so much, because I'm one of the ones that called it out. Yeah, Stone. But yeah, let's continue on with the video, man. Like I said, we just giving, you know, update.
nation's pandemic
COVID-19
pundit and
shit.
publicly pushed lies, disinformation, and censorship.
Text
Rand
us.
Paul drops a bombshell with more evidence of
What he
Shout out my brother Texas. Damn, I don't know what I did. I might have took it back to the beginning.
Hey, I'm
No,
Bob.
I got a commercial. My bad. Got a commercial. Shout out my brother Texas in the building. Much love and respect to you and the family, man. Let's go. Here we go.
this.
We also received testimony from multiple intelligence community whistleblowers.
Yeah, I wanted to rewind it back, that commercial. Get rid of that loop. Give me a second, y'all. Let me bring that back up. Right. I think I took it back far enough.
For challenging the intelligence community's manipulation of intelligence on the virus's origins.
Oh!
Once again, revealing a clear pattern of suppressing dissent, silencing critics, and burying the truth.
Wow, yeah, that's what this
Dr.
was about.
Fauci's close relationships with the intelligence community enabled him to assume 3 key roles that shield him from scrutiny.
Oh, this is how he escaped.
First,
until now.
Dr. Fauci funded dangerous gain-of-function coronavirus research linked to Big Pharma and their pursuit of universal vaccines.
Wow.
Worth trillions of dollars. Second, Dr. Fauci was the behind-the-scenes advisor who, alongside his hand-picked so-called experts, pushed the intelligence community to endorse a natural animal origin to hide his dangerous gain-of-function research that he funded using taxpayer dollars.
Wow.
All of this in a deliberate attempt to cover up the truth and shift the blame and attention away from Fauci's own actions.
Which essentially means that this was his virus, and he knew a lot more about it than he wanted America to find out about. That's for sure.
Third, Dr. Fauci became the nation's pandemic pundit, and he publicly pushed lies, disinformation, and censorship using every platform available. Now, according to hundreds of reviewed emails, which are included in this release, the intelligence community almost always incorporated Fauci's recommendations. He promoted a fraudulent paper whose publication he helped prompt as legitimate information for intelligence community consideration. Senior analysts praised Dr. Fauci not as a policymaker, but as what they called an unbiased guide to the real coronavirus experts, while deliberately ignoring experts who might dissent from Fauci's
no one was allowed to
narratives.
say anything.
Now, Fauci didn't stop there. He blatantly lied to Congress under oath during his 2024 testimony to the House Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic, denying that he ever spoke to any intelligence agency about COVID. Now, the correspondence I'm releasing today directly contradicts his sworn testimony. And we received statements from multiple whistleblowers revealing that the intelligence analysts who dared to challenge Dr. Fauci's COVID origin conclusions faced threats of retaliation, marginalization, and many suffered career setbacks. For example, a contractor was terminated just days after coming forward to ODNI as a whistleblower.
Now, the problem with this is that politics were put before the safety and well-being of our entire country. And remember, why was that done? Well, at the time, Fauci was the expert. And if Trump didn't want to listen to Fauci, then that was the reason Trump had to go. That was the reason Trump couldn't be trusted. But, we could trust the doctor who apparently wasn't being very forthcoming with what he knew.
Well, those who advocated for the lab leak hypothesis or expressed dissenting views were reminded by their managers that leadership would determine which analysts would be promoted and which would not.
Threatened.
The message was clear. Go along or be punished.
Yeah.
Senior leaders also sought to undermine whistleblowers by removing anonymity, which is required in the whistleblower process, as they made their complaints, and also insisting that their managers or attorneys be present during ODNI meetings where these whistleblowers were coming forward with their testimony. Obviously creating an atmosphere of intimidation.
Yeah, nobody feels safe.
The COVID pandemic caused tremendous hardship and pain for millions of our fellow Americans and countless people around the world.
Yeah, right.
Now, after years
lied
of
to the
lies
world.
and censorship and cover-ups, the American people deserve transparency, truth, and accountability.
Yep.
The tactics that were used to hide the truth are straight from the deep state playbook. Politicized self-serving leaders like Dr. Fauci covered up their own wrongdoing and abuses of power, manipulated intelligence, lied to Congress, and undermined a duly elected president by restricting his access to the vital facts he needed to keep the country safe.
And that was one of the things that many people think had a lot to do with why Trump did not win a second term immediately after his first term. This external circumstance came along, and there was somebody in place who was an expert who everything Trump wanted to do had to go through Fauci. You remember that? This totally undermined his administration. And remember what they were saying about people that had a dissenting voice? Remember what you were told to think about folks like that?
Clear pattern.
If you want to pause it. Brett, one, why is this so important? And two, will there be redemption for some of the families that went through it who directly were impacted by some of these policies?
So.
I think this is
Fox
a huge
News
deal.
anchor.
Back in that time, we did one of the first stories about the Wuhan lab as possibly being the center of this, and were lambasted as conspiracy theorists and out there, and said, all of the administration officials came out and said, don't listen to this. Later, we found emails after FOIA requests where Fauci and Francis Collins, were trying to counter our stories about the Wuhan lab. This is a huge deal. If you think about it, Fauci was pardoned in the last day of the Biden administration. And now there are reports is going to look at that auto.
My bad, y'all. We got a commercial coming up.
Excuse me, sir. How old were you?
I went too far. I'm bringing it up to date now. Here we go.
It legally to see if it
can they.
I mean, I think they can.
100.
I don't know if it's going to be successful.
Much love, respect
and
to the family. Black motherfucking power.
the best case on accountability is that we never do this again.
Yeah.
But
for
I
sure.
think that you're right.
The best case is just we never do it again, but there's not like he's out there having to answer all these questions and getting charged with something. The likelihood of that happening is slim. Okay.
It's very slim.
So, Tom, a question for you with this. What role does...
So basically, Fauci did this to the people, and he's going to get away with a slap on the wrist. That's it. Like I said, this corporation protects pedophiles, racists, and people like Fauci. They partner Monsanto's, basically the big corporations. They protect the big corporations. Let's continue.
Does the Supreme Court play with this, or they have nothing to do with something like this?
Well, someone would have to bring a cause forward for the unprecedented action of saying that the auto pen was used and Biden didn't actually authorize a particular pardon, like Fauci.
That could be an absolute disaster if it turns out to be true. The only question now is, what is the willingness going to be on behalf of the Supreme Court? Do they even want to go down this road? Or are they going to say, you know what, it's time to hang up our boots on this? Yes, the information's out there. Yes, the country was lied to by somebody who was 100%. Propped up as the model of credibility. But you know what? There's nothing that can happen.
You would have Biden didn't actually authorize a particular pardon, like Fauci. You would have to have somebody comes and brings a case to the Solicitor General, and the Supreme Court wants to hear it. Those are two big jumps. Jump number one, you have to bring a case forward like this. You have to be able to prove that Biden never pardoned Fauci of his will, but there was a signature that on a piece of paper, the pardon came out. And then the Supreme Court would have to take the unprecedented step of overriding a presidential pardon. And I think those... Evel Knievel never made it across the Grand Canyon back in the 70s, if you know the history of that guy. Tried to jump it, ended up trying to jump the Snake River Canyon, never got across that. I think this is a canyon jump that no one's going to get across.
And why is he saying that? Well, it would be an unprecedented step to see the Supreme Court overturn a presidential pardon. This is the Chief Justice, John Roberts. And if you know anything about him, his whole spiel is to preserve the integrity of the court, which basically means not doing anything that hasn't been done before. Not overturning things that are very popular like Obamacare. Remember, Obamacare was a tax. That's what the Supreme Court said in order to keep it legal. So the idea that a Supreme Court is going to go in there and overturn a presidential pardon given by Barack Obama's successor, there's no way that happens.
The second path, that's path one that's got two sides of it, auto pen and Supreme Court overriding pardon. The other path is, do you have a state that brings an action somehow against Fauci or any of the people that worked with him?
Oh, that would be bad.
Because the federal pardon covers these offenses, and it would have to be a state action that comes forward.
Which is more possible.
Like Florida.
More possible. I mean, like even in Florida.
Oh, Florida.
Think about all of the COVID things that the government in Florida has
DeSantis
done.
would be the guy to do it.
DeSantis would be the guy that would do it.
He would be the guy to do it. And by the way, if he does, imagine this. So what is our impression of DeSantis' aspirations of running for president in 2020? If you were a betting man, where do you put it? 50-50, 80-20? I think he's running for 2020.
Maybe.
Okay, so let's just say he's running for 2028.
Maybe. He's young.
Can you imagine if he does this and he's able to make some progress, how many people's support he gets for a guy that actually gets things done? And remember, this is free agency election 2028. There is no guy that's coming back on Rice signing another 4-year contract. You know, if you look at sports, Trump, nobody like that exists. It's wide open for anybody. I think it could be a big. Can another country do anything about it? Can somebody else come? Can another country?
Okay, before we go down that road, understand that if something like this goes to court, if a state brings an action to try to get around the presidential pardon system, what is that going to look like from a credibility standpoint for people who agree with that? Yes, there's going to be people who support that action, but there's also a lot of people who still view Dr. Fauci as a national hero, which he was hailed to be. There are people that don't even know that the director of national intelligence.
And that's what I talked about earlier. These people that took that shot and still ain't doing no research, looking at him like he saved the world. Ready to line up and roll their sleeves up for the next vaccine, trusting Big Pharma. When we said, you know, Big Pharma played a role, you know, they got immunity. You know, it was an experiment. The government allowed them to experiment on the people. Let's go.
Of the United States of America just released entire binders full of evidence that the entire country was lied to. There's people who will never even know that information. This could be a Trojan horse in a midterm election. And then at the exact same time, the idea that the field is wide open, I mean, I think Vance and Rubio have this pretty locked up if they're on the same ticket. I don't know what Republican challenges that, but listen to this.
The court of jurisdiction on that.
Right.
Because they could say, we don't go by the laws you go by.
Correct.
I mean, you impacted our country as well.
I'll give you an example. Bibi Netanyahu, Adam.
And I'm going to say this before I let him continue. You know, I feel like the same way with this slave shit. You know, no other international law is going to come in and step in and call America the bad guy, because most of these other countries' corporations, they're doing the same thing to their people. They push COVID on their people. But let's continue.
Help me out here. Had two countries that actually filed war crimes allegations or international indictments, if you call it that.
Yeah, these things don't do anything.
And Bibi was just like, well, I guess I'm never going to Turkey or wherever it was.
Yeah. Right.
But nothing ever happens.
Same
No
with
one's
Putin
going
as well.
No one's going to come over and
I think it's the ICC. Is that what it is?
Yeah, we don't even really acknowledge the ICC.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
right. And it's
forget
like, no one's going to come extradite you back wherever.
If the international community did step up, you would go against China.
What if you could make a song using only your voice? Let's start with the drums.
And I said, like I said, even with the slave narrative, no international country is going to step up and do anything, because they're doing the same thing to their people. So as far as, you know, someone else come and fight for us, nope. None of these other countries, you know, taking it to the United Nations, they all working together, man. They get funded by these countries, United States Corporation, and these other corporation countries.
place where this thing.
So, in other
originated.
words, also the likelihood of that happening is
Zero.
slim to none because you don't want China as an enemy. You're going to be afraid of losing somebody like that. Vinny.
There can be accountability if people who defended this individual and people who propagated these lies and didn't check anything aren't rewarded with another term in the U.S. government. You see, that's another thing that can happen. That's how accountability works. Going forward, if somebody gets a pardon, it doesn't mean that everybody who supported that person and everybody who covered for them gets to retain all of their political power.
But to your point, Pat, we do operate in chapters in America, and we close the chapter and we move on. And we have this thing on my show called "Whatever Happened to," because there are so many stories that are like that. Whatever happened to XYZ? Whatever happened to this? This story is a huge whatever happened to, and the fact that she's doing this today is a big deal.
So, and by the way, if you think about with her doing something like this, is she's already reached the pinnacle of what she can do as a non-president VP.
Yes.
What,
Links in the chat.
head of DNI. What's the next
right.
job they're going to offer her?
And
Honestly,
links in the
what are you
chat.
going to offer her? She's got plenty of jobs that she. The only thing that happens next, she's not done. Tulsi's younger than me. Tulsi's in her late 30s, early. She looks like she's in her mid 30s. I don't know how old she is.
Great.
But I'm going to say
Great
late 30s,
shape,
early
too.
40s, right? This could be a top 5 VP candidate for
And the
JD.
interesting thing that we're learning about politics in America is this idea that Dr. Fauci could come along and undermine Trump and get rid of Trump, and then Biden comes in and, nobody has to hear about Trump anymore, because remember, that was what people were saying. When Biden came in, they're like, oh, thank God, Trump is gone. This is what some people were saying. But now, President Trump is back, and there is a deep bench on the Republican side of the aisle politically. You have J.D. Vance, and then you have Marco Rubio. We all struggle to decide which one of them is more talented. Then you have Governor DeSantis in Florida. You have a whole bunch of people who America would probably like to see again, especially if stuff is getting released that was covered up, especially if the lies that our country was led to believe are finally getting put out there in the open. What do you think?
Facts, and that's what I was talking about. Exposing all the lies, the misinformation, the COVID-19, all of that shit. The AIDS, the flu, covering all that shit and how they allow Big Pharma to experiment on the people, man. And some of people that took that shot, like they said in that video, man, they're still believing that propaganda, that TV, waiting on the next pandemic. When we call out racism, it ain't no racism. When we call out police brutality, it ain't no police brutality. What about the killing of our own people in our neighborhood? No, we're talking about police brutality, man. And how this whole system was set up corrupt. So basically, to review what we talked about so far, shout out Teller House Publishing. We're going to come back to him. Shout out to activists in Illinois, man, that's standing up for that 1-year-old get unalive, man. And all the things he said. That was one topic we talked about. Here going the COVID-19, Fauci. We talked about that, how that was a lie and a cover-up. Where else did I want to go? I saved a few videos. Man, like I said, some evil people in this fucking world, man. They just don't care about niggas or black people. Flag on the plate. We ain't black. Aboriginal people. And I'm going to keep calling it out, man. Now, this case right here.
And this old, decrepit Christopher Walken, King of New York looking lady right here is 59-year-old Pamela Dresser, who tried to run over some brown children as they were playing down there in Brevard County, Florida. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings, all praises to the Most High. And once again, our beloved children are not safe, as this
like I've been showing.
witch indiscriminately tried to run over children
Black
and told their parents,
Aboriginal,
yes,
nigger
I
kids.
tried to run over your effing kids after being approached by an adult of the situation. I want you to watch this video about the incident, and I'll be back with a little more commentary on the situation.
A Brevard County woman is in jail tonight accused of admitting to driving towards a group of kids as, quote, target practice.
As West 2's Brevard County reporter Megan Moriarty explains, all of this happened in a school zone.
59-year-old Pamela Dresser is facing 10 charges related to child abuse, aggravated assault, and threatening a public official. An arrest affidavit says Dresser swerved her car toward a group of children who were playing in the street. The kid's mother told investigators Dresser made a comment referring to it as target practice.
Well, it definitely concerns me.
Janae Smith is a mother of 3 and lives just on the block from where this all happened. Her kids often rollerblade and play in the area.
And to know that, you know, a woman is stopping and saying those type of things, especially to not my children, but possibly my children, that is definitely a concern and needs to be addressed.
Dresser admitted to making the target practice comment, but quickly tried to minimize that comment to officers by saying it was a joke. She also says she had made a wide turn and denied swerving toward the children, according to the report.
Police say while they were on scene trying to get both sides of the story, Dresser then threatened officers. That's when they took her to jail.
The mother of the victims told police when she yelled at Dresser, the suspect gave.
So basically, if she didn't get aggressive to the police officers, they probably wouldn't have took her to jail. But because she got aggressive with them, that's why they took her to jail. Not because she tried to swerve and did what she did, but let's
Gave her the middle finger and yelled a racial slur. The mother also claims Dresser yelled, "Yes, I did try to run your expletive children over."
Thank you, Cocoa Police Department. We see enough, things going on here and know that that is going on. And I wasn't even aware, and I stay right here on the corner. Thank you, Cocoa Police.
Covering Brevard County in Cocoa, Megan Moriarty, West 2 News.
We found Dresser has 4 previous arrests for theft, battery, resisting an officer, and disorderly intoxication. She's at the Brevard County Jail without bond.
And you heard from the report, the lady is basically a career criminal. Theft, battery, and intoxication, and pretty sure she was probably intoxicated during this incident. Now, she has been given a bond, and that bond is $250,000, which is about $25,000. So depending on if she has that type of money, if she's a affluent racist, then she'll be out in no time. But, hopefully she's one of the trailer park trash racists without any means to get out. This is definitely disturbing. The fact that she would admit to an adult that, yeah, I tried to run over your effing children, then try to backtrack when the police came. Nevertheless, even when police came, she even threatened officers. Now, this happened this past Sunday on June 7th, where she drove a 1988 Mazda pickup truck in front of an apartment complex at Rosa L. Jones. The children's mother told police that after Dresser swerved toward the children and drove to a parking lot, she did several donuts, and she told her once again, yes, I tried to run your effing children over. She was arrested under charges are aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, 4 counts of child abuse, 2 counts of corruption by threat against a public servant, other charges. They said officers spoke to Dresser, who was in a highly agitated state. A witness yelled over to them that Dresser had swerved her vehicle toward children playing outside, and Dresser called the move target practice. The affidavit alleges Dresser denied swerving her truck at the children. According to the affidavit, she claims she made a wide turn to avoid hitting a yellow cart on the side of the road. Confronted by a witness who wanted to know why she tried to hit the children, Dresser allegedly made the target practice comment, but said that that was a joke. So here is a lady trying to make light of almost hitting children. This should be, attempted murder, attempted vehicular homicide. What if the children were not able to get out of the way? Then what would we have here? And so I received a call from a Caucasian gentleman today. And, of course, when I say all pink people, I don't mean all of them. I mean these like this. And the people who see these things go on and they don't do anything about it. So y'all tell me, what can we do?
And that's what I'll be saying about not just pink people, all the nationalities of all people, all the, call out that racist. Stop being afraid, man. Just because they ain't targeting you, and that's what keep racism strong, when we don't challenge it, when we don't, challenge their authority, And like I said, we need to keep fighting against these evil motherfuckers, man, and make sure they get the maximum time, just like Carmelo, just like they gave Carmelo. Let's continue.
As a people, as a society, to stop
just be safe out here,
these
man.
things from happening, or to prevent these things from happening, because these things are happening with much more frequency.
Yes.
And what must we do? I was speaking to a brother, and I was like, well, maybe.
I don't enjoy playing these videos, but shit, they happening every other day. They coming up on my timeline. I gotta tell my people, stay vigilant. Be careful out here. Watch yourself at all surrounding times. Your surroundings at all times. Protect the youth, man. They targeting our youth. And I'm going to continue saying that and letting people know. Protect your youth, man.
Maybe segregation.
I protect mine all the time.
We need to go back to that, because evidently we are not able, to live in peace with one another. And doing segregation, everybody had their own. We had our own. We weren't depending on anybody for anything. So that gave us a sense of pride, a sense of power, and a sense of togetherness.
Shit ain't work.
And so I think that people may be a solution. Y'all let me know the solution to these manners that you see in these videos in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings.
If you got hit, even...
My bad. Let me go to another video. Matter of fact, let me take that down. And I want to update my watch later list, so give me a second. Hopefully everybody good, man. The link's in the chat, any topic. Let me update that, John. It didn't put it in there. What video did I want to go to? Hold on. I think my brother Nasir sent me one. See if I think I might have played it, but let me go to my watch later list. Innocent. I updated. I got updated. Why I didn't go to it? Saved. Watch later. Make sure I put it back on. Save the watch later. See if it come up. All right, let me go to my watch later. Yeah, I did want to play that. Watch later. Because like I said, they've been doing this shit for years, man. Shout out Phenomenal Mommy. Then we're going to go to another video review. We basically... Damn, where'd it go? Get out of here. I got to redo it again. Let me stop.
100,000.
That commercial been playing. Let me go to my watch later again and update it. Here we go. Get rid of that. Let's play this. Here we go. Shout out to Phenomenal Mommy. She be in the chat, man. They've been killing our people for years. And this song, they named a lot of people, man. Innocent. The name of the song is Innocent, man. Let's go.
I want to give a special rest in peace
Tanya Massey.
Let me make sure I'm sharing my sound. Sound share, fam. Innocent. Let's go.
Dante Cottrell. Keyshawn Thomas. Sensei Reed. Keenan Anderson.
Shout out my brother
Tyree
Maybach.
Nichols.
Peace and love, brother.
Darryl
You and the
Williams.
family, my brother Maybach.
Jordan Neely. Akira Ross.
Never ever come to my hood. Misunderstandings are never understood. Our minds wrapped around chicks of green, can't see the forest for the trees. Selling souls for some relevance. Voting polls remain hella bent. Blowing cash on nonsense to you, but for us it's our fucking business. Yeah, we get drunk and fight. We beat the club down at night. We ain't fuck with you about Dylan Roof. It would behoove you to play nice. So what, you got a few guns? You got a little funds. All you do is go around shooting schools and at people that you know will run. Try that bullshit over here. Ain't no churches on my block. With that Nazi flag and that Klan hat, and I swear your ass gonna get dropped. Ever seen the Klansman hang from a tree? Nah, me either. More of a reason for me to pull your skin off and burn your ass with ether. Pussy ass coward. You think my people just gonna keep standing for this dumb shit? Is that what you thinking? Really? Try not to make this political. The looks in your eyes are cynical. We've been holding our tongues for too long. Now it's time for my people to get at you. No more waiting for Moses or Jesus. No free lunches or housing to please us. No more slaves behaving a certain way. Not afraid that master gonna beat us. Motherfucker, them days is over with. You killing old ladies and little kids. I'm standing in front of you as a man and I'm telling you motherfuckers what it is. I'd rather die fighting back. You only shoot when you see my back. And you lie in your paperwork, claiming you couldn't see your hands, so you fired back. Lock us away on some dumb shit. Look in my eyes, you dumb bitch. My people are ready now. We used to your dazzling lies and cunning tricks. Trevon was innocent. Central Blaine was innocent. Michael Brown was innocent. Alvin Sterling innocent. Orlando Castile innocent. Emmett Till innocent. Stephon Clark innocent. Tamir Rice innocent.
These clowns out here that say it ain't no police brutality.
DeAndre Ballard innocent. Ramarley Graham innocent. Antoine Rose innocent. Christopher Stevens innocent. Anthony Smith innocent. Wendell Allen innocent. Kendrick McDade innocent. Larry Jackson innocent. Jonathan Farrell innocent. Jordan Baker innocent. Victor White innocent. DeAndre Hamilton innocent. Eric Gardner innocent. Terrence Crutcher innocent. Walter Scott innocent. Eric Harris innocent. Tony Robinson innocent. Romaine Brisbane innocent. Laquan McDonald innocent. John Crawford innocent. Ezell Ford innocent. Dante Parker innocent. Jimmy Lee Sessions innocent. Akai Gurley innocent. Freddie Gray innocent. Brendan Glenn innocent. Samuel DeBose innocent. Christian Taylor innocent. Jamal Clark innocent. Mario Woods innocent. Gregory Gunn innocent. Keith Scott innocent. Alfred Alongo innocent. Jordan Everts innocent. Danny Thomas innocent. Patrick Harmon innocent. Jonathan Hart innocent. Terrence Sterling innocent. Antonio Oss innocent. Breonna Taylor innocent. George Floyd innocent. Vincent Belmont innocent. Patrick Warren innocent. Andre Hill innocent. Casey Goodson innocent. Angelo Coombs innocent. Sincere Pierce innocent. Marcellus Danette innocent. Jonathan Price innocent. Dijon Kazee innocent. Rashard.
Like I said, Phenomenal Mommy did this song probably about 5 years ago, man. You know how many names we can add to this shit, innocent? How many names? Probably the numbers would be crazy, man.
Rod Brooks innocent. Carlos Carson innocent. David McAtee innocent. Tony McDade innocent. Sean Reed innocent. Michael Ramos innocent. Danielle Prude innocent. Manuel Ellis innocent.
William Green, innocent. John Neville, innocent. Tatiana Jefferson, innocent. Elijah McCain, innocent. Ronald Greene, innocent. Javier Ambler, innocent. Sterling Higgins, innocent. Charles Roundtree, innocent. Anton Black, innocent. Saheed Fassel, innocent.
Like I said, shout out to my phenomenal mama. She be in the chat, right? Like I said, you know, we can add, you know, the young man in South Carolina to that list. We can add the young 1-year-old that was shot by the cops to that list. Like I said, that list would be real long. Real long if we updated it. Shout out to Phenomenal Mommy for the work she's doing. I think I wanted to go where? Let's go here, man. Shout out to Telehouse Publishing.
All right. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings. All praises to the Most High. What you are about to see is the culmination of brown men and black people around the nation getting tired, fed up, disgusted, to our wits' end with racist people doing racist things and think nothing will happen to them. Now, there's a scripture that says, honor thy father and mother and honor thy elders. But Dick Gregory said one thing that made sense. Only if they're honorable. Now, this video, some will look at it as a travesty to the old man, and then some will look at it as he got what he had coming.
Yep.
But y'all watch this video, within you be the judge.
What you gonna do, boy? What you gonna do in here with everybody here, man? What you gonna do?
You got the mask.
Get your ass up there and get the fuck.
Bam! What that?
Hey!
What you gonna do, boy? What you gonna do with everybody in here? And that is one thing that they depend on, that the consequences will not belay themselves when they're in public. He thought he had a built-in safety system to talk to that brown man like he was a boy. You heard him say, what you gonna do, boy? What you gonna do? Get your ASS up there and get the, and by that time, my man got fed up. If you missed it, let's watch it again.
What you gonna do, boy? What you gonna do in here with everybody here, man? What you gonna do? Get your ass up there and get the fuck.
What that?
Hey!
And now he's on the floor begging for help. And you can even see and hear the young brown man say, look, man, go ahead, man. You too old. And starts to walk away. Not to be deterred, the pink man had to keep yelling and pressing his luck. Finally, he whacked out him. Hit him with a quick 2-piece and was about to, I don't know, we don't see the rest of the video. But what I do see is the white man on the ground struggling to get up. And so this should serve as a lesson. Once again, I always say, I don't condone violence, but I do condone self-defense. Now, this may or may not be considered as self-defense, or this could be considered retribution, payback for the years of abuse that black men have been abused by racist old white men like him. You remember, we couldn't look a white man in the eye. They would be able to call us boy, even though we were full grown men and even older than them. That is the level of disrespect that we had to endure. So I guess the ancestors spoke through that young man and reminded the old wrinkled pink man that this is not that time. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. I know a lot of people are going to say this is a victory video because we see so many videos of brown people being violated, killed, intimidated, bullied, harassed, wronged by the injustice system, by police officers, and by regular everyday citizens like old Glass Joe here. But y'all let me know. Y'all see the number 919.
Like I said, we just, basically reviewing some videos that I got in my watch later. Now, shout out to this video, man. Americans have no clue the spy tech that just been unleashed. Let's talk about it.
Podcasting shouldn't stress you out. Stop.
Apologize for the commercials, y'all. These commercials stressing me the hell out. Gonna make me want to pay that $16.99 or $20 a month to stop them, but I'm not.
Automated license plate reader gives, for example, state troopers, I'm specifically thinking about Arkansas state troopers, it gives a little alert on their laptop, their patrol cruiser laptop, so they know exactly where you've been. Let's say, remember that guy that was going from California to Memphis? He was going from California to Memphis, and the trooper was already on a traffic stop, but the ALPR, the automatic license plate reader in his cruiser, gave him an alert. He left that traffic stop within, 17 seconds or 27 seconds of closing his door or ending that traffic stop. He already had plugged in the guy who was driving the rental car, and he had a fairly good idea based on all the data they compiled against him that he was a drug mule. And turns out, he was carrying, I can't remember how many pounds of MJ. So the automatic license plate reader lets the trooper know when this guy left California, when he entered Arizona, drove through Arizona, how long it took him, exited Arizona, went through New Mexico to Texas, and then entered Oklahoma, and then entered Arkansas. He knew exactly the travel pattern, when he was, where he was, the location he was at. So anytime a cop asks you questions, he already knows where you've been. Hey, where you coming from? Where you going? He already knows where you're coming from. He knows where you have to turn in that Avis or Enterprise rental car. So here's something worse. And then I'm going to show you something else that's even worse on top of it. So you got ALPRs telling the cops exactly where you were, when you were there. Now you've got Shot Spotter, which is Raven technology on top of Flock security cameras, which I'm going to show you right here. And I got to play little snippets of this video right here because I just noticed before we went live that it's got copyrighted music on it. So I'm going to have to break this up just a little bit. Listen to him rev his motorcycle, and then Shot Spotter with Raven technology is going to send a triangulated signal to the Flock security camera, and it's going to generate police response. Check this out.
1 minute, 37 seconds later.
Okay, Shot Spotter has been activated. And according to this video, I don't know if it's accurate, but 1 minute and 37 seconds later, that is a fast turnaround time. The cop's going to explain how it is that he arrived there and why he showed up.
So we have, how it works is that we've got sensors all in the area.
Okay, sensors all in the area. Again, I'm cutting this off because I can't stand that there's music playing in the background right here. He's going to explain that there are sensors all over the area. They triangulate and then they pinpoint the exact location that sound emanated from.
So what it did, it pinpointed, it used triangulation, right? So it heard it and literally...
Look, it's got a sound wave right there. I don't know if you can see that. I can't expand that in any way on StreamYard, but it's got this sound wave that triangulated where the sound came from.
You're standing right there.
Yeah, this is way worse than the CCP. This is the USSA, man.
And so it put it in the wood line.
Yeah. Look at this freaking technology. Yeah, I can't play any more of this. Here, I'll tell you what. You know what? Let me mute it. So he's showing him. Let's see. When he starts talking, I'm going to...
So it was... So it goes to a computer in the sky. And
it goes to a computer in the sky. We've got all these data centers going up. these AI robotic replacement centers. It's basically solidifying the surveillance state. This is the second layer on type of ALPR, this Raven technology. I'm going to show you something else that's even more concerning and disturbing and terrifying. The question is, what are we going to do about it? Are we going to unite?
They're supposed to alert us within 60 seconds. Okay.
Wow. Alert within 60 seconds. But we got PDF files ruling us from Washington's District of Criminals, but no alerts are going off for that.
Yeah. So they get it, and then it's like this one, it flagged it as a rifle, high capacity, full auto. Damn.
Wow. Did you hear that?
High capacity, full auto. Damn. So yeah, that's what it was.
And basically what this Raven technology is doing is that it's swatting the person who, in this case, is just riding a motorcycle. This guy basically just got swatted. A man with a gun got alerted that there's, potential fully automatic rifle being discharged here. They could have gone in there with a SWAT team, and this guy could have easily lost his life because of the backfire in this motorcycle.
And let me say that it can track gunfire too, but down in the South, it's not illegal for us to shoot on our own land. Because, plenty nights I go to sleep hearing gunfire, not knowing it's not a crime going on. It's just neighbors, doing a little target practicing. That's all. Here in Georgia, what I mean? But yeah, they got that technology in these bigger cities and these towns, man. Not only the license plate reader, but this also.
They took that to be, ShotSpotter took that to be possible lethal weapon being discharged in that area. So let me show you the third layer of concern. Signaltrace.us. This is from the company called Leonardo. Check this out.
Damn, got
this
my first
technology
name.
called LSAG, or Signal Trace Intelligence System. So on top of the ALPR, automatic license plate reader, on top of Raven technology, which syncs with Flock technology and Palantir technology to triangulate any kind of questionable sounds in the area, you also have this LSAG, Signal Trace Intelligence System. And what does LSAG do? Well, wouldn't you like to know? It identifies suspects through the electronic devices they carry. Signal Trace is an advanced signal intelligence system that enhances traditional ALPR, that's automated license plate capabilities, by detecting and correlating nearby electronic devices with vehicles of interest. So here's what happens. You're driving along in your vehicle, and the ALPR, the automatic license plate reader, sends a signal through the Flock security cameras to the law enforcement agent, showing you your direct direction and pattern of travel. And when you pass a certain point with this specialized signal trace equipment, all of your devices, I don't care if you're wearing a wearable, I don't care if you have AirPods, I don't care if you've got a cell phone, or you have one of those new vehicles that has all this computerized equipment, it's constantly sending out identifiers, constantly sending out signals. So this signal trace and signal track system sucks in all that data, meshes it with the ALPR, and then marries the data that's coming out of the car with that license plate technology and sending all of that information to law enforcement. So let's say you and 4 friends are traveling from California to Maine or wherever, it doesn't matter. You pass one of these readers and it gives everybody's information that's emanating a signal, overlays it onto the ALPR system, the Flock security system, and sends all of that information to the state trooper in whatever state you're talking about. And they already know who is in the vehicle. And the more we travel with our phones, and the more, let's say you happen to travel with 3 different friends for 3 different license plates, it builds an association diagram, and it creates a pattern of your life, who you're with, where you're at, when you were there, and how often you do it. It's got everything, what you were searching for on your phone, It bridges license plate recognition data with sensor captured device identifiers such as those from mobile phones, Bluetooth wearables, and vehicle systems. Let's say you got your watch set to medical. It knows what your heart rate is at that time. It knows what your sleep pattern was. Did you get enough sleep? Maybe you shouldn't be out on the road. Maybe we need to deactivate your vehicle if it's got these computers on board. It says to create a unique, trackable electronic fingerprint for investigative use. What do they identify? You are a suspect. Look at this. Suspects are identified. What does this mean? This means you are guilty. You are absolutely guilty, and you are currently under investigation. No warrant, no charge, no trial, no due process of law. They are peering into every aspect of your life. Tell me that is not frickin' beyond George Orwell. This is George Orwell's 1984 on steroids. When multiple devices consistently move together with a vehicle, Signal Trace's algorithms link them to that vehicle's license plate and timestamp location data. This correlation provides investigators, because remember, you're being investigated, with another layer of actionable intelligence, even if a suspect changes or removes a plate. And then here's what they say. This is kind of their disclaimer, which I don't believe one word of. Secure non-intrusive intelligence gathering. Signal Trace captures only publicly broadcast device frequency activity. It does not decrypt or store any content from devices or communications. It functions like a license plate reader by capturing identifiers without accessing personal or message data. Guess what? I really think that they're building these data centers so that they can capture and access personal or message data. Ability right now, and whether they get a FISA warrant or not, they don't need a FISA warrant. I don't care what Congress says, they will always find a backdoor to trample on your rights. This is crazy. Has anybody heard of the Signal Trace intelligence system before today? What percentage of Americans do you think even know that there's an ALPR reading your license plate wherever you go? Constructing a pattern, identifying behaviors that you exhibit, where you go, when you go, who you're with. Wait till they institute CBDCs or whatever they do with the stable coins, whatever they're going to do with the crypto. Wait till it becomes a 100% surveillance coin. At what point do Americans actually stand up and just start resisting this stuff? And how do we resist it? Even if we could unite everybody, how do you do it? It's becoming so big and so fast and so pervasive so quickly. It kind of makes you want to just build a cabin in the forest, but then what do? Just wait for the Terminators to come and get you? Because they've got drones. They got micro and nano drone technology where they could release 10,000 drones against you. You'll never see them coming. There's no way you can fight against them. They all have some kind of C4 or some kind of charge. We mocked that Black Mirror thing where the guy's speaking and he launches all these drones and it goes into people and it just starts, busting skulls. That technology is here and it's been here for a long time. It's just a matter of when they deploy it against us. We've got poison food, poison skies, poison waters. Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary, wants to build this 40,000 square acre facility in Box Elder County that's going to take all of the electricity from this place in Lake Tahoe, 47,000 residents. They already wrote them a letter saying, hey, you're going to have to find other ways to get your power in 2027 because we're taking it all. They're literally taking electricity and other resources from communities who will die without it. There will be no refrigeration. There will be no electricity. There will be no cooling in the summer or warming in the winter. They're already using the natural gas to make that thing go. They're already sucking all the natural gas from the Ruby pipeline for that one thing that's supposed to be done in 18 months, I think they gave it. I feel like we're in the middle of that Star Wars segment where, the walls are just closing in on that trash compactor and you're doing everything you can, but it's breaking. About to get smashed to smithereens. I still have hope. I still have hope for humanity. It's just that with people continuing to believe in the left versus right paradigm, lie under the dog and pony show, Republican, Democrat, big top, and just people bowing down to, the Obama Library or whatever was just opened today in Chicago, and you had the Bushes there, and you had the Clintons there, and it's just all disgusting. It's this big club, and you ain't in it mentality, and it's very concerning. Sometimes it's really hard to sleep at night. Appreciate you guys being here. Don't forget to like this video, share this video, and hit that join button. Become a member.
Hey,
And
shout
I'll
out to
see you
that
guys
channel
in the
right there.
next one. Take care. Don't lose hope. Do not
Excellent content.
lose hope. Enjoy your lives. Hug your family. Love on your loved ones, and just be a good person.
Like I said,
Take care.
we're gonna go over here to this one. This is a long video, but I'm gonna play probably about a half an hour, but I ain't gonna play the whole video. Shout out to the Black Authority, right? Let's let it catch up. My internet acting. Here we go. Hopefully everybody good, man. Hold on 1 second, y'all. My video acting a little.
Tonight on the Black Channel, I have a few things I'd like to say in regard to something here. I want to deal. Go ahead and play that first.
Oh, there was no black jurors. You know why? Because you can't be unbiased, you dumb shit. If you answer the question, I can't send a black man to jail because he's black, you're not getting on the jury. You're so unintelligent, you can't even fill out a form correctly. You don't even know who your daddy is because 78% of you don't have your father in the home.
This situation in Leesburg, Georgia, let me be clear about this. In case nobody noticed, the white...
And shout out to the Black Authority, man. I've been calling out the injustices of the judicial system for a minute, man. And it's about time other people get on to it, man. Let's go.
White supremacists in office, the white supremacists at the DA's office, the white supremacists in the court system, which it is completely overrun and infested with white supremacists, please understand that this is their goal. Whether it's that Chow fella or whether it is Austin Metcalf or you name it, their goal is to allow the white supremacists to harm you at will, to harm you with impunity. If you defend yourself, you will get prosecuted, and the white supremacists are allowed to run wild, murder you and your children, and gun them down in the streets.
They protect the white supremacists.
In the case of Jeffrey Kinzer, I seized onto this because I saw from what they were charging him with, and there have been some jackasses trying to tell me about what attempted murder charges are or are not. Please have all these damn seats.
Sit your ass down.
You don't know what you're talking about. Nobody knows how stupid you are until you start talking. So let me be clear. Nobody knows how dumb you are until you start speaking. And there's a lot of folk who pretend that they know how these things work and you don't. And the letters that you saw me post from the attorneys showed you right there. Yes, please sit down and shut up for the rest of your life. You don't know what you're talking about. You're clout chasing gone dumb, not even clout chasing gone wild. So the reason why I say that is because I want you all to understand that when I see the prosecutors moving like this, please understand what I'm seeing. What I'm seeing from them is that they're trying to steer him to a misdemeanor charge. They're going to try to steer him towards basically discharging a firearm. Let me explain to you all. They're charging him with the lowest thing they can right now, aggravated assault. And then they're going to start talking to him and his attorneys to plea bargain that down to something else. Because remember, they do not want to convict white men of felonies. You need to understand how the systems and the prosecutors work. They do not want to sit up here and convict a white man of a felony. See, that's reserved for the black folk. That's reserved for the black folk. That right there. You're supposed to get convicted of the felonies, even if it's a misdemeanor. But for white men, we're going to give them a misdemeanor, even if it's supposed to be a felony. That's the whole point. So I want you to be clear of why I seized onto that. I want you to be clear about that.
And I've been talking about that for a while.
That's where they're going with it. I'm telling you right now.
Pedophiles.
Where they're going with this is steering this towards a misdemeanor.
They're protected.
They do not want to convict him of a felony. That's what I'm trying to tell you. No, they're not talking about hate crime. They're not talking about a proper felony. They're going to try to plea bargain this down. They're hoping it goes below the radar and that nobody's paying attention so that they can plea bargain this down with him.
And the other way that they do is that, you know, when they unalive us, like I said earlier, they give us them second-degree murder. They done murdered a flag on the play, a black person. A Negro, you know, an Aboriginal. They give them second-degree murder, like our life don't count as the first degree. It's like they give them a slap on the wrist. If they give them a felony, they give them a second degree. But let's continue.
Him to a misdemeanor, and then you just wake up one morning and just like he was released on bond without them saying anything, they're going to sit up here and plea bargain it down to a misdemeanor and then close the case and then tell you and then not say anything. So please understand that that's where they're going to try to go with this. And that's the exact same thing that you see them gearing up to do in Lebanon, Tennessee.
Share the video, share the video.
They're gearing up to sit up here and try to give this guy a misdemeanor. That was why they released them on bond immediately. That's to let you know they're gearing up for the misdemeanor. And what the misdemeanor will be is discharging a firearm. What about the fact you were shooting at people? Discharging a firearm. Well, I mean, he didn't hit anybody. That's not the standard. In Florida, they just gave a young black fella life in prison for shooting at police officers, didn't hit anybody. They said, here, hold this life sentence. So these guys are supposed to be looking at capital felonies, and yet I can see the prosecutors clearly steering them towards plea bargaining to a misdemeanor, and I'm telling you, it'll just be discharging a firearm or something like that. It'll be just that. That's why I jumped on these when I did, because I see what this is. These are cases where the white supremacists were trying to ambush people. It's on video, so we have everything that we need. We have everything that we need, apparently, except families and attorneys who are as interested in pursuing the issue as we are. So
save it to my wife.
That's tending to be a problem. That's tending to be a problem, and that's tending to be an issue. I see it and I hear it, and I want you all to understand that by allowing these cases to get soft-pedaled and allowing these cases to get soft-handed like this, letting them know that they can sit up here and shoot at you, and then here come these other folk either playing dumb or ghosting or whatever, this puts everybody in danger. The reason why they are sitting up here bouncing off the walls is because they are not able, they understand that if Chud the Builder gets this felony, if Chud the Builder is convicted of attempted murder, that's how you stop white supremacy. You stop white supremacy right there. You stop white supremacy by punishing people. You stop white supremacy by showing them that as soon as you attempt to practice.
And that's what I've been saying for years. The way you stop racism is not by giving them a smack on the wrist, but throwing a book at them. Telling them you're going to lose everything if you continue to be racist. But this judicial system won't. It protect them. Like we've been saying for years. Yeah, you have to let them know they're gonna lose their life, everything they saved, everything they earned. You know, they're gonna stay behind bars forever, just like you do the R person, the rapist, just like you do. You know, the when we do black on black crime, you throw the book on us but you protect these race white soldiers, pink soldiers. Let's continue. Shout out to Black Authority for this one. Reinforcing what I've been saying for years.
White supremacy, you are going to get punished. That's how you stop it. Right there. Which is why it is so critical to them that it never be punished. Because what it does is it shuts the whole system down. Remember, white supremacy is a three-legged stool, not a four-legged one. It's a three-legged stool. If you remove any one of the legs, it falls over. So the system requires all of its parts to work. There are no expendable parts in the system. So white supremacy depends on the whole system to uphold itself, to uphold the wrongdoing, to uphold the mistreatment. If any part of that system doesn't come to their rescue, then the whole thing breaks down. That's the problem. So Chud the Builder needs to have a George Zimmerman moment. He needs everything to come together and everybody to hold firm. And we need all of us to be in on the white supremacy. He can't afford for anything to break down, because if it breaks down for him in front of the whole world, then it sends the message to all the rest of them. If Chud could not depend on the system to protect him, then none of you can depend on the system to protect you. If Chud could not count on the system to protect him,
and that's what I'm saying,
then the next one who thinks about doing it, the first thing that they'll remember is, wait a minute, the system didn't protect him.
These pink people.
We thought they were going to hold firm with us. We thought they were going to join hands, lock arms, and hold firm with us, and they didn't do it. Now, if I jump out the damn window, what are the chances that I'm just going to be by myself?
Yep.
And that's why they're terrified of what's happening with him. I would like to make it a trifecta, if you will. What? I would love to make it a trifecta. If you can get Chud and grab some of these other would-be copycats and sit up here and start a roll again, next thing you know, oh man, everywhere you go, folks are going to be saying, wait a minute now, oh hell, can't really do that.
Georgia, I'm on my porch.
When you show them that even under Donald Trump, all we got to do is knock out one piece of the puzzle, knock out one leg of the system, and the whole thing collapses. When you start showing that, and remember, every victory fuels the next victory, and every defeat fuels the next defeat. So once you start showing them Chud goes down, Robert Moore goes down, Jeffrey Kinzer goes down, down for the count. When you start showing the dominoes start falling left and right, that sends the clear message to everyone: the system is broken. You can risk your life trying to practice white supremacy, but there will be no system to back you up. If you do it, you're simply gambling, A, that you will survive the encounter, Austin Metcalf, and B, that there will be a system that will support you afterward. Now, that first one is a big gamble to begin with, as we've noticed on video. Half the time, that's not working out for them very well at all. And so even after that, even if you can survive the encounter, if there is no system, that's a lot of damn gambling. Your chances of surviving the encounter are 50-50 at best. Your chances of the system supporting you are 50-50 at best. At that point right now, you just kind of go home with your Confederate flag drawers on and stand in the middle of the floor in the trailer park and just kind of spaz out on meth or whatever you're smoking. You kind of just go home and do that is what you end up doing, because this other thing is just too damn risky to do. It's just too damn risky to do. So understand, when you start increasing the risk factor exponentially and you start showing, not talking, but showing them that you can't count on the system, you might have been able to get the police to go along with it, but the prosecutors or the judge or something, then we can make that break down somewhere along the line. That is what sends the shock wave that makes everybody else fall the hell back. That's what sends the shock wave that does it. I need to remind you all. Please remember, after Trayvon Martin was killed, the white supremacists thought they had a free-for-all then. Then they came and killed another young black male, and next thing you know, that guy goes straight to prison for it. Next thing you know, you didn't hear of a whole lot of that happening. They were telling everybody it was going to be a crime spree and the white supremacists would be out there lynching at will, and that's not what occurred. In Texas, please understand, they are trying to make up for all the L's that they took, most notoriously Amber Geiger. Amber Geiger, with her kinfolk going around throwing up the OK sign and whatnot, and they scrubbed their social media. Amber Geiger was supposed to usher in the era of just opening front doors and murdering black people in their chairs. That's what she was supposed to do, was usher in the era of random killing. That you could just be a black person anywhere. And all they have to do is be white, gun you down. No, at that point, no weapon required in your property, no crime, no weapon. We can just kill you where you stand or where you sit or where you lay. Now, that was what they were trying to do with her, was usher in the era of random murder.
Basically,
and because
what I see is basically, the cops can get away with it. So these white supremacists are saying, hell, if the cops can get away with it, we can get away with it because we're being backed by the police and the judicial system. That's what I see going on. They know, like you said earlier, that if they don't allow a flag on the play, a black person, a nigga, they're going to get a slap on the wrist through the judicial system. Instead of getting them the maximum penalty like they should, they're going to give them a slap on the wrist, man. So let's continue to do this.
I will say we, because I am just the messenger. I said, oh no, I used to live in Dallas. No. Let me go ahead and grab a few billboards and put this front page. And in my estimation, that was the turning point. When they realized this will not be a little thing and the eyes are watching, and that was the turning point. And that's when I told you all, this judge in the case of Austin Metcalf, he went a different direction. All the things that worked to our advantage in Amber Geiger's trial, you saw this suspected white supremacist judge and suspected white supremacist prosecutor do exactly the opposite. They learned from Amber Geiger's conviction, and they went to work, both the prosecutor and the judge colluding together, went to work to try to go ahead and rig a trial, which they did. But I don't want you to forget why they did that. They did that because that was a huge loss. That was a huge loss. Don't you be fooled. So they've been trying to make up for that. They've been trying to make up for it. They're still smarting about George Floyd, people. I mean, they are still hurt over that. They are still fuming over it. Our job is to make sure that we stay on the beat for it, but we will be deliberate in how we do so. We're going to be deliberate in how we do so. So, like I say, definitely, I'm still on the case about these things. I will continue to be so. We will continue to watch things. We will continue to look to see if we can identify places where we can be of service. identify places where we can give our proper attention. We're going to continue doing that. That's important as well, because this is what we're about. But this is far from a couple of things happening. I mean, there's a bunch of cases out there happening. There's a bunch of cases out there happening. I want you all to understand that my reason for some of these other ones I got a hold of was because you had it on video. That was the key critical thing for me, was that you have it on video. When you start making these into issues, now you got the white supremacists having to argue why that's okay. Once you have it on video, see, it makes it very difficult, because what they want to do is they want to tell you that it's not happening. They want to tell you that it's not happening. So when you get it on video, you're showing them, oh, white supremacy is alive and well and very active. So you see, they despise that. They hate you showing incontrovertible proof that white supremacy is still out here doing what it do, because they're trying to tell you it isn't there. Nothing's happening. Nobody's hunting you all down. There is no white supremacy. Nobody's doing anything to you. That's what they want to tell you. So when you get these things on video, oh, you can't lie about that. See, there's where Chud messed up. Chud the chump sat up here and messed up because he was running around recording himself on video. Now, his goal was to try to normalize white supremacy. The only problem is that only works if you can keep getting away with it. You become like a bank robber who keeps going to one bank, to another bank, to another bank. It's like, dude, eventually you're going to get caught. I mean, everybody knows your face, everybody knows your name, everybody knows your MO. You're doing too much. So in Chud's case, the smart thing for him would have been to sit back and chill. But you see, since he was wearing that skirt, the mental and emotional psychoses wouldn't allow him to. So, yeah. And by the way, Megan Ku Klux Kelly, who has such a bee in her bonnet about trans people, interesting that she's not attacking Chud the Builder. What? Interesting there. That's kind of an oversight. So she got a bee in her bonnet about violent trans people. Megan Kelly allegedly is so upset over violent trans people, and yet Chud, she's really soft-handed with him. Found that to be interesting. Found that to be very interesting. And she's kind of soft-handed about that. So we will be watching, we will be monitoring. We are on the case, we are on the job. And that brings me back to Austin Metcalf's dad. Now, there were some folks who questioned me about that situation. They were like, well, Jason, you know, his father showed up, and when the white supremacists showed up at the trial, he told them to get gone, and that was just for public appearance purposes. Don't be fooled about that. I told you all the whole time, the apple don't fall too far from the tree. Please understand that. The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. And I'm very glad
kids are racist more than likely the parents are racist too.
Jeff Metcalf has decided to do this. I'm very glad that he took the mask off, people. I've been telling you this for going on 2 decades now. I'm never upset when the white supremacists go ahead and drop the mask and drop the routine and drop the pretense. Listen to me, I need my white supremacists to be straight up the middle. You see, white supremacy was powerful when it has plausible deniability, when they speak in code words. Remember, when they made their laws, they mentioned after the Declaration of Independence and Constitution, once they had the foundation of white supremacy, after that, they didn't say white anymore. When they made their laws, they only talked about the Negro. But you notice, after that, they don't mention white anymore. It's forbidden. It's verboten. You're not to mention white anymore. You're not to mention white anymore. Not after that. They can talk about you, but you are no longer to mention white. White doesn't exist. There's just America. But there is no whiteness. There is no white people. So did you see how they did that all through the civil rights era and everything? They're talking about you, they're naming you, they're mentioning you, but they're not talking about white. That's the only race they don't discuss. While they're practicing blatant white supremacy, and that's the only one you don't talk about.
They practice racism.
So you see, I need them to drop the pretenses. I need them to drop the code words. I need them to get super buck bold and come on up with it straight up the middle. Drop the code speak, drop the side language, drop the cliches, drop the metaphors, and just come on out with it and say it right up the middle. Don't just say some off-color comment. I need you to say all of the usual white supremacist stereotypical platitudes. I need this, Jeff Metcalf.
Oh, there was no black jurors. You know why? Because you can't be unbiased, you dumb If you answer the question, I can't send a black man to jail because he's black, you're not getting on the jury. You're so unintelligent, you can't even fill out a form correctly. You don't even know who your daddy is because 78% of you don't have your father in the home anymore. You got baby mamas running around with 8 kids so they can get EBT cards to feed you all. You think I'm being racist? No, I'm being real. Because they ain't only black people. White people do the same. I'll call them out just as hard as I'll call you out.
And yet, I'm waiting for the video from Jeff Metcalf calling out white people. This is what I wanted. I want this right here, Jeff. I want this. I want you to stop the pretenses and say what you really mean. The way you really mean it. I want you to bring out all the racist tropes, all the racist cliches, all the racist code words, all the racist slogans. I want you to roll them on out. That's what I want. I want there to be no ambiguity what kind of demon you are. I want you to show everybody that everything that we said, there it is. That we were not labeling you incorrectly. We were not mislabeling you. We were not slandering you. No, everything that we said about you from the beginning, everything that we suspected, yeah, come on out and show us that we were right. See, I need you all to understand that we're prosecuting a case. I need you all to understand that we are prosecuting a case. But you see, it is not Jeff Metcalf who is on trial. It is white supremacy that is on trial. He is just one of the latest messengers. However, we can't prosecute white supremacy if you can't prove it's actually there. When he does stuff like this, there you go. Another brick of evidence. There it is. There it is. So you see, we don't have to prove anything anymore. He's already proven it. He's going to have to prove that this isn't unadulterated, undiluted white supremacy. He's going to have to prove that that's not what we just heard. Which, of course, you can't do. So, yes, I absolutely want this. I want this. I want this right here. I want him to keep it up. I want him to keep going. No chill. No whatsoever. No backing off the gas. As a matter of fact, give him Mo. Give him another microphone. Simulcast him on all the television stations. Put this on rerun. Put this on a loop. I want everybody to hear this. And then I want all of his supporters to get emboldened and to come out and defend it. I want them all to do it, folks. I want all the roaches to come out of their corners, to come out of the walls. I want all the roaches to come on out. Stop hiding. come on out into the light so that we can show the world that the cockroaches do exist. This isn't a game. It's like Game of Thrones. Remember, nobody believed that the White Walkers actually existed until they finally captured one and brought them all the way down to King's Landing. Everybody treated it like it was just a myth or a fairy tale or a superstition until the day they saw the undead running up to grab your throat. And I'm just saying, yes, that right there, so that there's no more dispute or debate. When you show people the White Walkers, when you can prove to them that the White Walkers are real, you can't argue against this, because you're not arguing with me anymore. You got to argue with this. You have to argue that this isn't white supremacy. Well, that becomes a very daunting task, because you see, back in the old days of broadcast TV and broadcast radio, there was no counter programming. They told you what was real. They told you what wasn't. They hid videos and whatnot. But you see, here's the real issue. The real issue is that now in the modern era, there's nobody there to play image consultant or PR rep for the white supremacists to yank the damn microphones out of their hands or to go bury this interview so that the general public doesn't see it. You see, if this were a corporate outlet and if Jeff had PR people, they would have immediately cut the cameras, turned off the microphones, grabbed the tapes out of the recorders, grabbed the tapes out of the cameras, busted up the audio equipment. They would have made sure that this never got out, because they would understand, dude, you can be as racist as you want to be. You can't document it. You can be as bigoted as you want to be. You can't document it. People have been accusing you of this, and they have been making the logical step and connection that your son was racist and that the home he was in most likely already has those signs. You come out and talk like this, and you're proving them all but correct. They're not guessing anymore. Now you're proving it. So you see, if he had proper PR people, they would have grabbed all the equipment and busted up all the evidence. They wouldn't have allowed that to stay. They wouldn't have allowed it to stay. By allowing it to stay here, it's documented. And please understand, the white supremacists' hearts sank when they saw this. Their hearts sank when they saw it, because they were like, damn it. Because he is now recharacterizing those events in racial terms. It gives you that dimension. Oh, so people suspected that your son was practicing white supremacy, and now we see the tree that he was the fruit of. Oh, okay. Thank you for confirming what we said the whole time. Now they're going to be very desperate to try to hold on to it, although there's nothing more they can use. He'd have been a whole lot better just being quiet, but they couldn't do that. Well, now you just went ahead and handed it to us. And this is what we need. I said that, but now I will say one more thing. You see, Jeff Metcalf and all of the other suspected white supremacists and confirmed white supremacists. You see, when I was a boy, like so many of you in here, when I was a boy, I was raised by the old folks. And I was raised by the old folks in the neighborhood, in the church, on the block. And the old people used to say something. They used to say something about young folk who, once they started hitting teenage years, they would go in one or two directions in the city of Shreveport. They'd either go straight-laced or they'd either go straight wild. That's the way it goes. Your kids are going to college or the pen. That's what it's going to be. And you start looking for the signs early. Your daughters are loose. Your daughters run them streets. Your sons are hanging out late. They hanging out with them fellas down there on Sprague Street. You start looking for those telltale signs that show that, this is the direction they going in. And they used to have a phrase that they used to use. The phrase was growing them for the grave. That was the phrase that they used to use when parents were not properly overseeing their children, not properly supervising their children, teaching them wayward things, cultivating wayward things, destructive things. When you saw those signs early, they would say, you're growing them for the grave. That's what they would tell them. And Jeff Metcalf may not have thought that's what he was doing, because he too most likely made the assumption that there was a system that would have their back. He had no idea that there could be a wild card. He had no idea that there could be a wild card in there that could circumvent white supremacy, the system, and everything else. He told himself, don't worry, we got this. And he told his sons, from what we see here from his belligerent attitude, we can clearly see how he raised his son. He raised his son to believe you can do whatever you want to. He raised his son to think that if you see a black...
Yep. Shout out to Royal and Loyal. Thank you. Fair use, fair use. Like I said, shout out to the Black Authority who was going in about the injustices of the judicial system. And these pink people, you know, like I said, I don't like to call them white supremacists. I call them racists. I call them what they are, man. The link's in the chat. If anybody want to come up, I'm going to continue playing the video, man. Yep, for a few trinkles. Yep, I totally agree, Royal Lawyer. These damn sellouts.
Black person, you can do whatever you choose to do. And he didn't think for a moment about the words of the old folk from where I was raised. He didn't think about that for a moment. And the folks who were cheering him on and whatnot and using his now deceased son as a internet meme. The place that Carmelo Anthony's family will go to see him will be radically different from the place that you'll go to see your son. And the folks who sat up here and cheered it on and egged it on, is that going to be your comfort? I need you all to understand that when you got folks who are this serious about it, that they are literally willing to sacrifice their offspring. You are in a race war. As far as they're concerned, you're in a race war. What he didn't understand was that by following this sick religious ideology of white supremacy, that you will sacrifice your children to the altar. You will sacrifice your children on the altar of this demonic religion. The white supremacists, the Ben Shapiro's, the Megyn Kellys, they kids are sitting safe at home. They would never have done what yours did, Jeff. They never would have allowed their children to do that. They would have taught their children, don't do it. But they will gladly sit up here and cheer you on while you send your children off. You see, they would have protected theirs, and they have protected theirs. They never would have advised their children to do something like that, but they would gladly encourage you to send yours. And so now they use your children as mascots. They send you to go to treat your children as mascots. And that is cold comfort when now the only way you can experience anything with them is a tombstone. That is cold comfort. And was there a conversation that was had beforehand? Was it worth it? Listening to the white supremacist enablers, was it worth it? I don't think it was. I don't think it was. So Jeff Metcalf is going to have a very long time to consider about these events. Jeff Metcalf is going to have a very long time to consider how he raised his son. He's going to have a very long time to consider the evenings that he talked to his son. He's going to have a long time to consider some of the rumors that we heard about what was happening at that house. What? Jeff Metcalf is going to have a very long time now to consider the ramifications of the lessons that he taught, the things that he said, how he guided them, the instructions given, the reinforcement that was offered. He's going to have a long time to do that now. Please understand, the white supremacists are trying to drag things out. It's really stupid to do so, because dragging this out is only going to make it worse for you. You see, I told you all from the beginning there was a reason why. When white supremacy can defend itself, it drops the evidence and drops the evidence quickly. When white supremacy cannot defend itself, it starts hiding, concealing, lying. It must do so. It must do so because in order to enact injustice, you have to lie about everything. And so as time goes on here, if they would like to drag matters out, they can. But please understand, you've heard everything about Carmelo Anthony that there is to hear. You know what you have not heard? You haven't heard anything about the Metcalfs. Particularly, we haven't heard anything about what was happening at that house. And there have been all kinds of rumors about that. So when Jeff sits up here and acts like this and whatnot, and by the way, the grieving father really, when he starts acting like this, it's really like, okay, dude, are you sure there's not something you're trying to deflect attention from? Oh, no, folks. No. I'm not referring to any criminal record from Jeff Metcalf, although if you'd like to go down that rabbit hole, you can. I'm not referring to that, which, by the way, the white supremacist media is treated far differently than, for example, the Harambe issue. But I'm not even talking about alleged criminal history of Jeff Metcalf, folks. I'm not talking about that. I meant what I said. The house. I meant what I said. See, there's a reason why they did not want to release records. There's a reason why they don't want you to release those kind of things. There have been rumors about what was going on there. That if you actually focused on that, just like his racist outbursts here, that, by the way, there's rumors that there was more going on and that the locals were aware of it. There are rumors that there was more going on and that the locals were aware of it. Yeah, about when he showed up with his arm in a sling. There are specific rumors about that. About why was Jeff Metcalf's arm in a sling? Maybe if you got a son who's 6'2" and 225 pounds. So folks have had questions about, by the way, Jeff, we heard rumors about your arm being in a sling. What was that about? Because Megan Ku Klux Kelly and the other folk don't seem to be very interested in investigating that. And it's like, if they actually did, what would they find? If they asked questions about what the relationship was going on in the house, what exactly would we find? So if you all want to know why it is that they've been working hard and heavy to try to deflect attention, please understand, I'm letting you all know that, yeah, if anything was mishandled in this case, that probably was it. I'm not talking about from a trial perspective. I'm talking about from a public relations perspective. But I think that if you keep digging, I think if you keep digging, you start finding things. I think if you keep digging, you start finding things. And there have been a lot of folk in the media who have been desperate to make sure that that question doesn't get asked. Well, since they are interested in prolonging the issue, why don't we go ahead and address those questions then? And let's find out what the real influence was. Since there are folks out there who seem to be interested in other things, okay, let's see that. In the chat room, RRG, I want RRG to give me a call up here on Zoom. Very glad you said that, RRG. Very glad that you said that. Let me go ahead and fire up the Zoom right quick here. RRG would definitely like to go into that, so I'm so glad you said that. Since you said that, you made a couple of statements now defending that. Great. We are definitely the place you want to be at to go ahead and make that point. So, there goes the link to the Zoom. RRG is going to have 2 minutes to go ahead and join us here on Zoom. Very glad that you made those statements there. We always need to have somebody who gives the other side of the issue. We always want to have that. So very glad you said that there. Very glad. Let's go ahead and pin that link to the Zoom there. Sit back, smile, and dial. And RGG's got 2 minutes to be on, which is why we're so glad to have these defenders, because, of course, if they're not all liars, why, of course, they'll stand by that, right? I mean, it's amazing when you give them the opportunity. It's like, okay, always turns out to be a problem. Always turns out to be an issue. Okay. Now he's saying he was being sarcastic. Okay. All righty then. All right. Yeah, y'all know it always goes the same way. It always goes the same way. It's never any different. It goes the same way. Every single time it does that. I would like to tell all of you out there that if you love your sons and if you love your daughters, be careful how you raise them. Be careful how you raise them, because you never know when you are going to be raising them for the grave. Although you do know when you're raising them for the grave, when you start telling them about the ability to sit up here and mistreat people, and then you see that you are ultra aggressive and at the mouth and whatnot, and that's a problem. So when you start seeing those warning signs, I want you all to know exactly what you're looking at there. I want you to know exactly what it is. Watch out for that. You might tell yourself your kids are invincible. Oh, look at them. They're bigger than the others. They're stronger than the others. They can push their weight around. This is what we're supposed to be. Neanderthal rules. And next thing you find out, life throws you a curveball that you didn't see coming. Next thing you know, your children go from being your heirs to being an abject lesson for everybody else around them. Because I would like to say this next part here directly. I'd like to say this next part directly. Do you think that anybody else learned the lesson of Austin Metcalf? Not being disrespectful, I'm asking a question. Do you all think that anybody else out there saw what happened to Austin Metcalf? Do you think that they took away a lesson from that? Do you think there's some of the other folk out there whose parents might have been putting similar bugs in their ears? Do you think that they saw what occurred and might have taken a lesson from it? I don't know, folks. I might disagree with a bunch of y'all. Everybody in here saying no, but I might differ with you on that. I might differ with you. So we may have a difference of opinion on this. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I didn't say everybody. I didn't say this is going to change, the complete social dynamic. I didn't say that. But, some folks sit there and think, oh, it's going to go easy. And then for a few of them there, it's like, might be a couple of them there and be like, well, it might not go that simple. Hey, you, Brad, what do you think? I don't know, Troy. He looks kind of small over there, but I wonder if Austin thought the same thing. Maybe we should just go get an adult instead. I know what your dad told you. I know what your dad said, but maybe we shouldn't try to put our hands on him. Very tempting, but maybe we shouldn't try to put our hands on him. How could this go bad? I don't know, Troy. Let's just call a coach or somebody. I know what Dad said, but okay. I got a feeling that there's at least one or two people who have a different thought about it now. As sad as it may be for that, this was completely avoidable. But now the further that we look, we're starting to see the signs of exactly how they ended up here. Seeing exactly how they ended up here. We're going to take a very brief commercial, non-commercial break. Before we do, I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out to Nancy King. She says, thank you for your accurate assessment, TBA, in this matter. Keep exposing these demons in the system of injustice. To my man, Mr. Richburg. Thank you very much for your support tonight here, brother. We appreciate that. To Mark B. Big Little Brother says, thank you for your masterful 700 degrees of analysis in every broadcast. We do our best. I want to thank Fu Quan, April Thompson, Michael J, Logic Before Emotion, Beverly White, Church of Black Power, Miles, and everybody else here. Thank you very much for your support tonight. We appreciate that here as well. We're going to take a very brief commercial, non-commercial break. When we come back, I'm going to touch on a couple of other things here. Might take a few phone calls from you all here and more. This is the Black Channel.
Be the teacher, knowledge on the block. Got the kids learning, minds open like a lock. Books and skills from the east to the west. Bringing education, yeah, we're simply the best. Classes on fire, brains burning with desire. Innovation driving like a tire through the mire. Math, science, history, we got the whole range. Kids hitting new heights, teachers making a change. Used to be the teacher, stacking up the grades. Future bright shining, no need for no shades. Got the youth thriving, moving up the ladder. Smart and sharp, brains growing fatter. Lessons so lit, yeah, they stay in a blaze. Every mind sharp like a sword in the haze. Mr. B in the house breaking knowledge chains. Education kingpin, we ripping the gains. Used to be the teacher.
Order yours today to experience all the benefits of Ash Kickin' Body Butter. With skin so smooth and soft, you'll thank us for it. Shop Ash Kickin' online. That's ASHKICKIN.com.
Hi, this is Brenda Starr, creator of Poetry with a Purpose and author of the book Pressed But Not Crushed. Pressed But Not Crushed is an anthology of political poems that address current and historical issues in American descendants of slave population and African American population. The book describes slaveries and its residuals, Jim Crow segregation, social depredation, and other relevant issues to American descendants of slaves and African Americans, including the current political climate that does not address our issues.
This is the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. Very glad to be with you all here this evening, as we are discussing exposing the system of injustice. I want you to be clear and understand exactly what you're up against here. Understand exactly what we're up against. This is about a concerted, deliberate effort to pacify and make docile the black body politic. This is about the institution and establishment of blatant white supremacist terrorism. Full stop. It is about normalizing state-sanctioned white supremacist violence against black people. Full stop. It is about you being a black law-abiding citizen and to proving that you have no rights. You don't have any rights. Please understand what that's for. This is to firmly establish that as a black person in America, you have no rights. You have no civil rights. You don't have the right to simply walk down the street and be left alone. No, you don't. And that every white person, every single white person is deputized to infringe on your rights. That's the whole point. That's the whole shooting match. Every white person, this is to establish that every white person is authorized to infringe on your rights. You see, under the old slave codes, that's what you have to remember, which is what this really gets at, is under the old slave codes. Under the old slave codes, any white person could walk up to you and demand to see your paperwork, demand to see your freedom papers, demand that you prove that you're not a slave. That's where the book 12 Years a Slave comes from. Any white person is authorized and deputized to deprive you of your constitutional and human rights. That's the whole point. But I want to go a little bit further here tonight. Since we're having this discussion, I want to go a little bit further here. You see, I was correcting some of the misguided individuals, and that's one of the issues we have right there, is that, folks, the internet age has emboldened people to say things that are just silly and wrong and no real knowledge of things. They just say stuff and they want to sound intelligent. And if you ever get charged with anything, boy, I hope this isn't your representation. I want to remind you all of something here. Let's go ahead here and step through the archives, if you will. Let's take a walk through the woods. Tariq, and shout out to Tariq. He has a thing that he's talked about the common law of white supremacy. And every once in a while, you'll have some attorney try to jump up and say that there is no common law. That's not the way that works. There is no common law. There is no establishment of it. Okay, let's go ahead and check on a few things here, because I want to go a little bit further than folks actually go into it. Actually, that statement is far more accurate than you all realize. Let me go let you know something here. You can go Google, by the way, you can Google everything that I'm saying right now. You can Google everything that I'm saying. When we talk about not case law, because there's the problem. The problem is you sitting up letting somebody tell you that verdicts and how the court system works is based on, quote, case law. When you have literally, in the case of Kyle Rittenhouse, understand what the real weight is that comes behind the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict. The weight that comes behind it is that both the state and federal government both got on the same page about ignoring the fact that he had an illegal gun to begin with. That was the
And y'all know that I done said plenty times that, the state is just as evil as the corporation. They work hand in hand. When you catch a case, the state takes it. And that's what I'm saying. Shout out, like I said, we about halfway of this video. I'll probably play another 10 or 15 minutes of it, and I'm going to shut it down.
The state and the feds. Do not let some white supremacist, fork-tongued, devil snake attorney mislead you into thinking that we're talking about that the court is ruled by case law. When you have a situation where literally the state and the feds colluded together to say that the written law did not matter. That wasn't just one entity, that was the state and the feds both said the written law doesn't matter. Well, that's what we're under. Not case law, but the actual actions of the court system. And here's the point. The point is that action was reliable. You knew exactly what was going to happen. You knew what the state was going to do. You knew the feds were going to back them up. So we know that that is the law because that is what they did, and it was A, predictable, B, reliable. It wasn't a wild card. There is no Supreme Court or anybody else stepping in and say, hey, you can't do that. They both got together, and that is the law. They were shown what the law says, and they said, well, we say that that can be ignored. Therefore, that is the law. You can't claim that the law is something separate from what is predictable and reliable. That is the law. You sat up in front of several judges and they all codified it. What they said at the state level, the Fed said, yep, that's correct. Oh, well, that's the law. You know, we have securities laws that basically say what they're doing with cryptocurrency is illegal. Well, they're allowing them to do it. So guess what? It's legal now. It's legal now. The law is what they enforce. That is the law. The law is what they uphold and enforce, and it is reliable. If you walk to the SEC talking about what you're not supposed to be able to do with cryptocurrency, they're going to tell you get the hell out of here. That's the law. Now let's go further. When somebody tries to mislead you about case law, don't you be deceived about that either. Because you see, get out your Googles and try to prove me wrong. The United States Supreme Court has routinely relied on European law, European precedent. I'm talking about Old English, things such as the Castle Doctrine. The United States Supreme Court has relied on English customs. I didn't say English laws. I said English customs, English laws, not American, in order to substantiate their rulings in America. Well, that's the law. For those of you who did not know, yes, Louisiana still relies on French statutes, actually. So, yes, as a matter of fact, yeah, it's very, very true. So, in case you all didn't know, the United States Supreme Court routinely has referred to English customs and English law to substantiate rulings and determinations, the rationales. Remember, when they give you their case law or whatever, when they give you their rulings from the Supreme Court or the appellate courts, they're supposed to write down and state how it is that they came to their conclusions and what substantiates their conclusions. When they start talking about customs and English law and derivatives and things like that, well, what they're telling you is, okay, welcome to the common law. Well, we have a written law here that already substantiates things. So if they're going to something else, well, that's the law. So when somebody tries this trick bag on you that, well, this is written over here, so it's not the law if it's not, no, these are common law. Now, let's go a little bit further because a lot of folks are misled about when they hear those terms. They're misled when they hear those terms because do you all understand when you talk about common law, in reality, what that really means is it is up to the judge's discretion. What? Damn! What? Do you understand that? That is what common law actually means. Common law is simply saying that this is up for the judge's discretion. If you want to claim common law marriage, that's not actually something that you can enforce. Did you realize that? Oh, follow me, follow me, follow me, follow me. Next time some jackass tries to sit up here and read you the Riot Act and whatnot and try to convince you of something, people, please understand, you cannot arbitrarily declare common law for yourself. Do you understand that? You can't say, I've been living with this woman for 20 years, therefore I say that she is my common law wife. If you cannot get the government to recognize that, if the government refuses to recognize your declaration, then it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist unless or until you can get the government to recognize it. That's the part that anybody trying to lecture you about common law leaves out. You see, you can't correct your status. All these clowns who sold you all on the fallacy and idiocy of status correction, the problem is you can't correct your status unless you can get the government to honor your so-called corrected status. Until you get a government entity to say, yes, we agree with your interpretation of your life. Yes, we validate this. If you can't do that, you don't have it. Which means you're going to have to get somebody, if they dispute it, you're going to have to get somebody to say, okay, well, we could say no, but we're going to say yes. You can't go up to a judge and say, I demand that you recognize my common law marriage. You are compelled to do so. Now, give me this money over here. It doesn't work that way. You don't get to walk up to them and say, I compel you to recognize my common law marriage or anything else. When you talk about property, people, adverse possession, you can't compel them to acknowledge that. You can do everything that the letter of the law says, which, by the way, these are carrying over old English customs, by the way. Once again, you want to talk about your old English customs, just look into adverse possession.
Or
well, you can't impose that. You can't tell them, well, I did everything it says here, so you all have to recognize that. No. It's up to their discretion. You can literally do everything you were supposed to do, and then they say, yeah, we're not doing that. Yeah, we ain't doing that. Yeah. We know there's a common law for that. Yeah, we ain't doing that. So that's up to the judge's discretion, whether or not they will recognize it. And if they don't recognize it, well, you ain't got it. Now, inversely, if they then suddenly determine that you do have it, no matter what the written law says, well, guess what? Now you have it. Kyle Rittenhouse broke the law up one side and down the other. the state and the federal court both determined that, he's got a right to carry his weapon, even if it's an illegal one. We determined that he's not bound to that. He's perfectly legal to carry that weapon. Well, that's the law right there. Yeah, the book says you're not supposed to. The book says he committed a crime. However, when the system says that that's okay, well, welcome to common law. This is the judge's discretion. This is up to the judge's discretion as established by local custom. Folks, y'all see how tricky the damn law is? Please remember, there's a reason why you have had the reclassification of pornography. And if you want to go down a real rabbit hole, try defining what pornography is. The Supreme Court has tied itself in knots attempting to define what is pornographic. I mean, how do you define pornographic? They've tried, they set some precedents, and they got knocked down each one because that's a very slippery thing. What is pornographic? What is art? What is biological? What's pornography? And they still struggle with this to this day. Now, they used to have it where they said local standards. What would be offensive to local standards? Okay, folks, have you realized how that bar has moved over the last 40 years to what is considered, quote, offensive? So now XXX porn is no longer considered to be, quote, offensive to local standards. What used to be horribly offensive no longer is. Oh, so that's common law too. Okay. Yes, whatever is at our discretion. Whatever is at our discretion, that's what we get to do there. It's up to the judge for that. It's up to the judge for that. Based on however we want to define it. Do you have constitutional rights? Oh boy, here we go. Oh boy, here we go. No, they're not going to like that. Do you have constitutional rights? Well, I mean, I guess that depends. Which right are we referring to? Which right are we talking about? Can it be arbitrary? It damn sure can. Don't let folks sit up here and tell you that common law is written. Common law is not. That is a lie. That is a lie. It is not written. Don't let anyone lie to you. They're going to tell you those things right there. And then when you walk in there, next thing you know, here's the problem. The problem would be if you had one judge saying it and everybody else spoke against him, he would be a rogue. He's not a rogue if everybody upholds him after the fact. Do you understand that? That judge with this illegal ruling, he's not a rogue if the rest of the system and all the others back him up. That's not a rogue anymore. That's not a fluke. That's the law. That's the law right there. 12 years a slave people, it's like, okay, we're free people now. Nah, no, you're not. Because the law is any white person is deputized to revoke your constitutional rights, and the rest of the system, every other facet of it, the courts, the police, the legislators, they are all going to sit back and allow it. That's the law.
Just like I said earlier.
When it comes to marijuana, when Colorado basically decided to ignore federal law, that became the law right then. Folks, please understand, marijuana is still a Class A. Was it Schedule 1? And yet, Colorado just said, yeah, we're done with that. And guess what? Because they had uniformity, predictability, and reliability, they created their own common law in real time right in front of your faces. Did you get that? They created a common law right in front of you. If you go to the Cornell Law School website, it defines common law as common law is law developed through judicial decisions rather than enacted statutes. In the United States, early courts relied heavily on English common law until the American legal system matured and began to develop its own doctrines. Through precedent or by analogy to decided cases. Well, folks, it still does it to this day. That's not an old thing that happened and then stopped. They still do it to this day. The Supreme Court just nullified the Voting Rights Act based on race. They nullified the Voting Rights Act based on race, even though you know that you have a racial problem in the southern states that has never been corrected. The Supreme Court came in and said racism is legal. So when we discuss these things and when you talk about that, I want you to understand what you're actually referring to. Property if they're sitting there minding their own business. Does your child have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, the pursuit of property while they're just sitting under a tent at a track game? Do they have the right not to be harassed or to have their civil liberties infringed on by a group of thugs? Do they have that right? The state of Texas, now we know what the Constitution says. The state of Texas said, no, you don't. Why, Austin Metcalf and his brother and others, they have a right. By finding you guilty, they said they have a right to infringe on your civil liberties. Not they have leeway. Why, they have a right. When Daniel Penny cowardly sneaks up behind Jordan Neely and strangles him to death, never touched anybody, what are they telling you? You have a right to infringe on this black person's civil rights. Well, yeah, we know what the law says. Why, the law says that you don't have that right. However, under the common law of white supremacy, we recognize that that is on a case-by-case basis. You have a civil right on a case-by-case basis. That's the law of white supremacy. And it only applies to you. You don't get to walk up and sneak up behind a white drug addict and strangle him to death. You don't get to do that. Nor do you get to have an all-black jury. What? Damn! You want to talk about the common law of white supremacy? The courts ruled a long damn time ago. You can't sit up here and remove all the black folk from a jury. You can't racially sanitize the jury. But under the common law of white supremacy, this judge will do it because they've conferred with all the rest of them in the system that this is the law. Well, what about the Constitution? Well, the common law of white supremacy says that there's an exception to the Constitution whenever we say there is. You know, like if you're common law married, well, you're supposed to be down at the courthouse to make sure you've documented these things so that there's no ambiguity about whether or not you intended for the children you had with this woman to be your legitimate heirs. That's the whole point of having state marriage. The point of having state marriage is that you are declaring to the society that these children by this woman are your legitimate heirs. Everybody else, them the little side babies you had with somebody else, those are not my legitimate heirs. The ones I had with this woman that I signed with the state, if something happens to me, I expect the state to step in and enforce this union with this woman and the heirs thereof. That's the reason for state marriage. If anything happens to me, the state recognizes this woman and these children as my heirs, even if I'm not here, because I declared to the state that this woman and these children are my heirs. Anybody else, get in where you fit in. But these are my legitimate heirs here. Common law is if a judge jumps in and says, well, you know, you were with this chick long enough that I don't think she should have to be burdened with the trivialities of going to the courthouse and declaring this, because in my estimation, you and her were living as husband and wife. So therefore, I am going to alleviate her of the burden of having to have it documented through the state. She's come to me and made her case. So even though she doesn't have any paperwork and never did, and you never codified any, I've decided she has that right. Even though the law says Kyle Rittenhouse has an illegal weapon, we are going to decide that he has that right. Even though Daniel Penny snuck up behind an unarmed man in a state where it was illegal to do so, we've decided he has that right. That's what it is. So when people try to put you in a trick bag about that and get you to feel differently and talk you in circles and recognize exactly what you're dealing with here, this is them saying we make this up as we go along. So when we tell you that the law is whatever they say it is on the day they say it is, that's what we mean. It's whatever they say it is on the day they say it is. Now, there is one chink in the armor. Whether or not they can get you to go along with that. Now, that's where you enter the common law of black empowerment.
And deal with it.
Now, that's when you stumble upon the common law of black empowerment. Yes, they make up the rules as they go along. Yeah, we heard that. However, the real thing is whether or not you can get us to accept rules of injustice. There's where the problem comes in, is whether or not you can get us to bow and accept the common law of white supremacy. That's where it becomes an issue. It becomes an issue there because, remember, the law isn't just what you enforce. The law is also what the people accept. The law is not just whatever the governmental powers attempt to enforce. It is also what the people accept. And you are not obligated to accept abuse, injustice, assault, murder. You are not rape. You're not obligated to accept that under any circumstances, under any threat. You are not obligated to accept that. What they want to do is condition you into thinking that you're supposed to. But you're not obligated to accept injustice. The other thing is, what they are next going to tell you is that if you do not accept injustice, there will be consequences. Please understand, my people, that freedom is never free, especially in the system of white supremacy. We have had martyrs, we have had political prisoners, we will continue to do so long as the system of white supremacy exists. Don't deceive yourself about where you are and what you're dealing with. As long as you're in this system, that will continue and persist. What they want to see is whether or not we are going to outlast that. You are never to teach your children that we have to accept it, because that's the ultimate goal, is to find out how fragile you are and how much you're willing to accept, and then they're going to keep maximizing it. But you are under no obligation to accept injustice. You are under no obligation to accept tyranny. You're under no obligation to accept white supremacist violence. You're under no obligation to accept new Jim Crow and chattel slavery. You're under no obligation to accept that. They are going to try to beat you down and badger you and get you to think that, well, you have to accept a little injustice. The problem is there's no such thing as accepting a little of it. You either accept the whole pig or none of it. You don't just get a pig foot and then you go. You never saw them just sell you a pig foot. Okay, you buy this pig foot, you come home with a great big ass hog sitting in the living room. That's the way that goes. It is up to you and me and us and we to make it clear what we accept and what we don't. So I walked you through all of this because I want you to see that they're not blind to any of this. Everything I said tonight, they already know. They already know everything I said. What they really want to see is whether or not we as a group accept everything they said. Now, that's the part they're really looking for. They're looking to see whether or not we as a group accept it. Whether or not we'll go along with it. Will you acquiesce? Will you surrender? Will you be all right with that? Or do you still have the heart that says that we understand that every freedom movement, you all have martyred people the whole time, and that we understand that? That's the part right there they're looking for, is do you recognize a law that is higher than white supremacy? That's what they're searching for. And when they see that you do, folks will start thinking twice about whether or not this is white supremacy is still a viable common law to perpetuate. Let's go ahead and jump over here on Zoom right quick. We got James here on Zoom. James, unmute yourself. Lower left-hand corner.
I got it, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for the broadcast. Thank you for having me up. You're making some great points. And it's as though they
Hey,
don't
shout
even
out my
care about
sister,
their own
soul sister Jackie
people.
Brown. Much
Because
love and
if they
respect.
did, they would use these instances as lessons of how not to be instead of
Yes, ma'am.
continuing
That's
this
what I'm talking.
you right no matter what and jeopardizing the lives of not only black people but
We're talking about
also white people
exposing
who
the
think it's going to be
system of
okay for them
injustice.
because it's just not going to happen like that all the time. They are not teaching their children to keep their hands to themselves. Mind your own business. Leave people alone. I mean, the video evidence is out. Prior to that, yeah, they could do all the chitter chatter and all the denials. Okay, it's over now. Particularly for those who saw the clear version of that incident. I know there are several, but there are versions that actually highlight the Metcalfs coming into the stadium while the camera is panning to every single move. When they stop, the camera stops. So it was as if this incident was premeditated by them.
Brother, you got to
With the
understand
camera,
something. White supremacy is a religion that is founded on sacrifices. They come in the door with the recognition that there will have to be folks sacrificed. Elon Musk told you, white supremacists, he wants to go to Mars and that they're going to have to sacrifice a bunch of folk to colonize it. When the Europeans came across the Atlantic, going to be a bunch of folks sacrificed, and there were. That's not some unforeseen outcome. That is something they take into account from the beginning and still do to this day.
So do you think that hopefully there are some that will learn valuable lessons that won't be so naive to think that this didn't happen the way that their naked eyes seen it happen? Just 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 remain oblivious to the truth.
Well, I think that people respond to trends and patterns. I don't think they respond to incidents so much as they respond to trends and patterns. So that's my response to your statement. And an incident, if something happens once, that's an incident. If something happens twice, that's a trend. If something happens 3 times, that's a pattern. So my response to your question is, people, cultures, societies tend to respond to events, incidents, differently than they respond to trends and patterns. I'll just leave that there. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. I'll just leave that there for you.
And shout out to Black Authority. I'm gonna send this video to a couple people, man. You know, yeah, how the police protect the corporation. Yep, we talked about all of that. You know, but I'm gonna send this video to a couple of the law people. Basically, what he's saying, we still under British law. You know, and basically, you know, these judges are the basically, you know, they're the ultimate authority in this system. And that, you know, how they protect these white supremacists, these pedophiles, and these transformers, and how the system is used against flag on the plate, niggas, black people, how you know, they'll get a second-degree murder if they unalive us. But if we unalive them, we get the max, first-degree murder, maximum penalty. So like I said, we're going to be coming back to this video. And like I said, I'm going to share it with a couple of my friends that's on new platforms so we can talk about it. I got the timestamp put down. You know what I mean? So we're going to revisit this video. Why they ain't let me send that out? Why? Emails. But hopefully everybody having a good day, man. Like I said, I was just tapping in. You know what I mean? Just tapping in with the family. Talking about the injustices of the justice system. You know, I'm gonna do a little promo before we get out of here. Where is it at? Let me minimize that and bring the other one up. It ain't there either. Get y'all fire sticks, man. Get y'all fire sticks. Bridge 3 TV. Save on that cable bill, man. Get the same thing that's on cable TV, man. Get rid of that cable bill. $15 a month. You get 3-day free trials. Get with my brother, Bridge 3 TV. That's his YouTube name. Bridge 3 TV. Like crossing the bridge, third TV. Get y'all billers, man. ProfitLevi@gmail.com. Get y'all books, The Fire Part 1 and Part 2. You know what I mean? Who Are You Calling Black? The end of, the genocide of the Aboriginal American. Angel A. Get y'all books, man. Y'all know I've been promoting the American family farming. I wasn't able to put up the Cash App, but, look into the Cash App. Or I'll make sure I have it to put it up next stream, man. Help the co-op that we're doing. We're trying to bring fresh fruits and vegetables and herbs to a community near you. We're going to be trying to do this in every state. Doing that co-op, having our products in our neighborhood. So yeah, Shamaka Essentials, Hampton Electronics. And if y'all got something y'all want me to promote, man, email it to me, text me, call me. I'm not hard to reach, man. So we're going to close out with some music like we always doing. I'm shout out the chat, man. See if I can find my Hood Politics Part 4. And we're going to close out. Like I said, I'll probably be back live tomorrow, man.
You are now entering.
If nobody told y'all they love you today, OG and his family love y'all, man. I'm going to shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Thank y'all for y'all support. If you want to write your name in there, I'll definitely shout you out. So, let's go.
Love Palace.
Shout out Jackie Brown,
Where we're getting into the lives of the
Royal and
people
Loyal.
behind the bars. You feel me?
Now you talking to
My
me.
brother not fair.
Goddess of love, hey. The goddess of love, love.
Now you talking to me.
The goddess of
Poison
love,
Puppet, D. Allen Warren,
the
Wise
goddess of
Selena,
love, love.
Now
Lamont.
you talking to me.
Thank all y'all.
The goddess
Maybach.
of
Thank
love,
y'all.
hey. The goddess of love, love.
Now you talking to me.
The goddess of love, hey.
I'll be back tomorrow,
The
man.
goddess of love, love. You feel me? You feel
I'm gonna try to send that video to my nigga Smoke Signal channel so we could talk about it on his channel. For some reason, it wasn't letting me do it. So I'm gonna try to do it from my phone. And maybe my phone will let me do it. But yeah, I love y'all, man. Be back later or tomorrow.
Well, it's so despicable. And think about what kind of monster takes a horrible tragedy like this, a personal tragedy that breaks everybody's hearts. Takes a tragedy like this and uses it to advance some weird political agenda.
Greatness walked in the building, I did you miss me? Flat earth don't mean niggas live on the frisbee. Niggas still believe in religion and watch suffering. Niggas put their faith in a system that don't fuck with them. Black gloves cover my hands, committing homicide. Memories plotting revenge, it left me traumatized. Coming from the bottom and trying to get to the other side. The greatest motivation in life, watching my mother cry. Big corporations still consider it slaves. Freedom got a price, they call it minimum wage. The money make predators, these the sinners that pray. But we ain't never done. New beginnings await. If you ain't fucking with me now, you really think I need y'all? The roller coaster ride of life, it's kinda like the seesaw. But when you get to this view, everything that seems small. It even got these bitches diving mouth first to these balls. Man, shit change when I get in the V, cause I just let my ego drive when I sit in the seats. I mean, I used to be a bummy nigga, simple and clear. Then I cleaned up and turned into the pimp of the year. Any nigga harming a child is a terrorist. Niggas still believe in the book. Need a therapist, you fly, but you catching the bus. This shit embarrassing. Quick to say you stacking them bucks. This shit hilarious. Niggas thought homie was soft, but he a block nigga. Quiet ones always let off. You gotta watch niggas. Legend is 12 was thirsty and tried to stop niggas. Same cat, him and his mans turned into cop killers.
Authorities say the suspect, age 35, deliberately lured the officers to his home with a 911 call, waiting for them, armed with an AR-15 assault rifle.
Hey yo, the chosen one, light skinned nigga, yeah, the golden one. Father to the fire with this shit, I control the sun. Niggas did the double cross thing, got his ball sling, put the barrel under his chin and made his thoughts ring. But fuck the government, the way that it stands. Every branch attached to it, all the way to Japan. I hope niggas break from it any way that you can. It only take a few steps to walk away from the plan. Shit, I hope niggas wake up, learn we gotta win. School shooting made the news, they turning it to a trend. They wanna keep you dumb and blind. Voting for your favorite crooks, always for the lesser evil, never for the greater good. Can't sleep, one eye open like a cyclops. Can't believe none of they truth, this shit is psyops. The sunset then sunrise, good mornings turn to goodbyes. Meeting at the funeral service, that's when the love dies. Father kills 2-year-old, now that's a monster. Woman shot her husband on live, he need a doctor. Homie didn't make it, of course, see that's that girl lost. She did that in front of their kids, and the world saw. It's been a few years in this world, been on some crazy shit. Desensitized the mind, they made this shit exist. I'm just trying to tell you the truth, that's the way it is. Hood Politics Part 4, my name Dangerous.
Shout out to family, the network, all of y'all that tapped in. Shout out everybody in the bushes. You know what I mean? We out. I'll see y'all later tomorrow, man. Peace.